Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for tuning in to the 372nd episode of the Dean Withers Show. I really appreciate you so much for being here, and for all of the practicing Christians, what is it? Good Friday? Happy Good Friday. Easter Sunday is coming up here soon. Now, folks, once again, for everybody who's tuning in, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. A, we like to go over the breaking news. We keep you up to date with what's going on in the increasingly crazy world around us. And B, we talk to Trump supporters, we debate them, and we have good conversation so we could hopefully change their minds, because Trump is the worst president in my life, your life, and the lives of every single person tuning into the stream. Now, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to have a conversation on TikTok, make sure you're hopping inside of the guest requests. However, I do want to express to every person watching, although the guest requests are technically open to all, what I mean by that is anybody could hit request. If you hop inside of the queue and you are not a Trump supporter, your account is at risk of getting banned. I have a vast moderation team that will be looking at every single person that joins the queue. If you are not a Trump supporter, not an adult, not an American, you will be banned. So I just want to say that one out loud. Now, folks, let's go ahead and quickly hop into the breaking news before we start that first debate. MAGA is crumbling. The walls of inevitability, quote unquote, that Donald Trump has built up around him and his administration are caving in. And because of this, he's a narcissist. Keep that in mind. He's blaming his own failures on everybody else around him, from the Epstein files to the war to the economy to social issues and our transatlantic partnerships. He is not doing too well. And for that reason, we all know that he fired Pam Bondi yesterday. That was big news. Same thing with Kristi Noem less than a month ago. But today the breaking news is he's now considering and is set to go on a firing rampage of other members of his cabinet. According to The Atlantic, among the names being discussed of being kicked to the curb or being fired include FBI Director Kash Patel, Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Ramir, as well as the Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. And I mean, these are big positions, ladies and gentlemen. They are massive positions. These positions matter. They are integral to the president's cabinet. And I think that this is a reflection of his own failures. Why did he fire Pam Bondi? Was it because of the mishandling of the Epstein files? Oh, wait. I bet that was an order from him, because inevitably he had his own name illegally redacted a million times. Why did he fire Kristi Noem? Is it because of the mishandling of the ICE murders, saying that they fell within department policy? Oh, wait, he's the one that came out and said Alex Preddy was a gunman and stood by J.D. Vance as he said that Alex Preddy deserved to get it because he was a domestic terrorist, quote tweeting what his chief policy leader, Stephen Miller, had to say. Why did he fire Pam Bondi? Well, I guess we just went over that one. And why is he considering firing people like Kash Patel? Who knows? But I think inevitably this is a greater reflection of the fact that Donald Trump is freaking out. He knows that his administration is not supported by the people, and he knows that his administration is legitimately failing the people, because it doesn't matter how delusional you are. You can't deny that gas is going up. You can't deny that things are getting more expensive. You can't deny that the growth rate of real median wages is going down. You can't deny that we've seen terrible jobs reports. You can't deny that we see a lack of unity in Congress. Now, we are, at this point in time, going to go ahead and hop into the debates. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the box. We're going to go to pass the mic and the floor to them right now. One other thing I do want to point out here is I see a couple people in that chat saying that you cooked, Emily. Thank you. I've been waiting so much. I've been waiting a while now for that debate to go live. So for everybody who checked it out, I appreciate you for watching, and I appreciate you guys for your kind words. That was definitely an insane conversation. I mean, whoa, holy shit, you guys. A lot of really crazy shit. And I'm sure that we'll talk about that in a bit, but let's go ahead and hop into the first debate at this moment in time.
So do you think you beat Nick Fuentes in the debate on Ignace's stream? You
yes,
did?
Absolutely.
That's
but Chase,
crazy.
at this moment in time, I'm going to go to pass the mic and the platform to you. Tell us, why do you support Trump?
Multiple reasons. He's my president. I can't believe the type of backlash this man has faced becoming our president. He willingly stepped up and ran his campaign in 2016. And as now, he's the most investigated man on the planet. So, and everyone calls him a bigot, a racist, a misogynist, all these types of words that he never had to sign up for. And he does it willingly every single day because, you know why, Dean? He loves our country, the opposite of you. You hate our country and you want it to destroy and I'm absolutely terrified you're going to become our president and destroy our country.
I'm happy that I make you live in uneasiness. Okay,
No,
so
you
you
think
said
I'm
that he
joking? Like,
didn't.
I dead ass cried the other night because I'm afraid that you and Parker are gonna run for vice president and president because of listen, because of the following and the cult you have now,
I love
and
that.
you're only 21 and you have to what? That's 14 more years for you. That's 14 more years of growing, 14 more years of your publicity being shown. It's absolutely terrible.
I
And
I love this so much.
how? It's
I
not funny.
because I make the losers cry without even saying a word to them. They just see my face on their phone screen, then they start. Then they start, well, I guess shart. I guess maybe you do shart. You're crying and shitting simultaneously, but then you start crying your eyes out. It's great. Now here's the thing. You said that
Because I
Donald
love my
Trump.
country.
I don't believe you. You said that Donald Trump didn't willingly sign up for words such as bigot, racist, misogynist, so on and so forth. I completely disagree with you. I think that he did willingly sign up to have those words used against him. He willingly signed up to be called a bigot the moment he said that undocumented immigrants are all escapees from mental institutions and prisons, when less than 1% of them commit violent crimes, and called them the poison of the blood of our country, and authorized DHS and ICE to use racial profiling to identify undocumented immigrants. He signed up to be called a racist the moment that he refused to rent his properties to black people in the 70s, leading to the New York State's Justice Department suing him and his father for a violation of the Civil Rights Act. He signed up for being called a misogynist the moment he said that he'd date his own daughter, the moment he hit on a 10-year-old girl, the moment he raped E. Jean Carroll, the moment he boasted about the sexual exploitation of the beauty pageant contestants. So, in consideration of all these facts and plenty more, by the way, I completely reject the notion that it's just unfair to call him these things and that he didn't willingly sign up for them, because every action that I just described was one engaged in by Trump willingly and consciously.
Okay, first you said a whole bunch of crazy things, so I need you to slow down a little bit. You do this
Okay.
every single day. Okay, you said one because of ICE describing undocumented immigrants for what they look like. What is the first thing and realistically, what's the first thing you're gonna do when you see like an undocumented person? You're gonna question by their race.
Oh no,
I
that's
mean,
the first thing that racists do. So all that you're describing is that you have racial biases.
no, it doesn't. All because I assume something doesn't mean I'm a racist.
Well, yes, it actually does mean that you're racist if you're assuming something to be true of the content of the character of a brown man because they're a brown man. By definition, that is judging somebody based upon the color of their skin, not the content of their character. This is one of the oldest textbook definitions and examples of racism that we have.
Okay, that's not true. I don't
That isn't
think.
true.
I don't
Wait,
think.
so
I don't.
let's see if we could agree here. Can we agree that one of the oldest crystal clear examples of racism that we have to our disposal would be judging somebody based on the color of their skin compared to the content of their character?
Yes,
Okay,
but
so
I
can
think
we agree that
assuming-
therefore it's judging somebody based upon the color of their skin, not the content of their character, to assume that they're an undocumented immigrant and they broke the law, okay, coming into this country because of the color of their skin is brown?
Okay, so what if they're also speaking Spanish?
That's okay. That's just another form of bigotry, and we'll get into that in a moment. But before we talk about the second form of bigotry, let's talk about the first form of bigotry. Can we agree that it is judging somebody predicated on the color of their skin compared to the content of their character to look at a brown man and say that they're an undocumented immigrant and they broke the law coming into this country because of the color of their skin?
No, it's not, Bean. There was 4 million of them that came in under Biden's administration.
Wait, okay, so then what is the content of this person's character that you'd be evaluating and looking at them? What is the content of their character that you're evaluating? There's no content of their character that you're evaluating. What you're evaluating is the color of their skin. Prove me wrong. What else are you evaluating here that's leading you to the conclusion that they might be or they are an undocumented immigrant?
Because I know undocumented immigrants and I know how they live. They live in groups. I actually house them.
Oh, so people that live in groups are undocumented immigrants. So
No,
when I grew
no,
up
listen.
in my family with my sister, my mom, and my dad, you'd see us and you'd say, "Oh, they're a bunch of undocumented immigrants because they lived in a group
I
of
think
four
it's
people."
called huts. I think it's literally called huts for them.
A hut?
Yeah, I think it's called a hut for them.
What is a hut? What are we talking about here?
About like a home full of illegal immigrants.
Okay, I don't know what you're referring to, but you're not answering my question. So I'll ask you again. When you look at somebody and you determine that they're an undocumented immigrant because they're brown, because of their race, are you judging them based upon the color of their skin or the content of their character?
Speaking Spanish isn't a content of character.
You
can
didn't
learn.
say speaking Spanish. I also think that's another form of prejudice. We'll talk about that next, as I already told you. But you said you'll look at people and you could tell that they're undocumented because of their race. That's what you said. So
Yes.
I'm going to answer the question.
Well, no,
this
I
one
said
very
you
last time.
assumed.
I'm
I
going to
didn't say
answer
I
the. I'm
know.
going to ask this question one
No, because
very
you're
last
putting
time.
words in my mouth.
I'm not
You
putting
said I
words
said
into
I
your
know.
mouth.
I said I assume.
Exactly. So if you look at
assumed that
somebody
they're
and you assume that they're an
undocumented.
undocumented immigrant because of the color of their skin, okay, what content of their character are you evaluating? Because
They're
we've already agreed that if you
The
assume
way of
things
life,
because of the
the way
color
they
of somebody's
live. You know, I think unlegal.
the way that they live? Wait, no, because
Yeah,
you told us because of their
undocumented
race.
immigrants, they're
Somebody's
more
race
likely-
doesn't tell us the way that they live.
Undocumented immigrants are more likely to be alcoholics than a U.S. citizen.
Really? What's your source on that?
Personal experience and
Personal experiences and
I'll go look
anecdotal
it up.
experiences
I'll go
can't
look
be
it up.
used to determine macroeconomic. Sorry, not macroeconomic. Can't be used to determine macro data.
Well, Dean, I know a bunch of illegal immigrants. I live only an hour from Baltimore, so
Okay, name 3. That's
two
what
of them
I
are.
thought. That's
What
I thought.
What? You won't even
That's
let
what
me
I thought.
talk. One's
ahead.
named Benny. He's from Guatemala, and 2 of them are brothers. They named Alex and Jose, and they're from fucking El Salvador. And
Yeah,
they told me
I
they
definitely
only came
believe you,
here.
bro.
They told me they only came here to get money
Yeah,
because
oh,
of
well,
our money,
yeah.
our system.
There-
our
there's a
system
lot
is
of
way
there's a
better
lot
than
of
El
people that will
Salvador's and
immigrate to
Guatemala's.
America for a higher
They don't
socioeconomic
even
standard.
like America. They told me
you
they
kn-
don't even like America.
Did you know? Well, I mean, yeah, it makes sense why they wouldn't like America when we have a government
So
that
why
wants
are
to
you
illegally
here?
deport them to be
So why the
tortured in
fuck are
another
you here?
country for a better
So why
standard
the
of
fuck are
living.
you here? Go to Canada. Go to
For a
Mexico.
better standard of living. You just said this yourself. You said that they're here to make more money, not because they like the country. Clearly, I think it's acceptable for undocumented immigrants to not like the country when the country likes to illegally
you go
deport
make
them to
more
get
money in
tortured
other
in another
countries,
country. Okay, yet we still do have the world's largest economy and a higher standard of living than where they come from.
So why don't they just go to Canada or Mexico? I mean, I know
Because
Mexico's
Canada's further
Mexico's
away.
20
Holy
times
shit, what
better
are we
than El
doing?
Salvador.
What are we doing?
Mexico's 20 times-
Because Mexico's because Canada's further away. Not,
Okay,
not
but
to
how
mention, not to mention,
what about
why would they come
El
to America
Salvador and
compared to
Guatemala? They
Mexico?
were literally
It's because
closer
they
to
think that
Mexico.
they could get a higher quality of life in America compared to Mexico.
But I think it's just a huge slap in the face of the people that have been waiting 23 years to get into our country. It's like, hey, fuck y'all.
The reason why it's not a slap in the face to them is because
It is a slap
undocumented
in the
immigrants make this country better socially, morally, and economically. So those legal immigrants that inevitably are let into the country then come into a better country for them and for everybody. Not to mention, the only reason why so many individuals seek undocumented entry is because, as you said, the legal means of entry into this country can leave many waiting upwards of 20 fucking years. Nobody wants to waste a third of their life expectancy waiting to come into a country so they could have a higher quality of life for them and their children that aren't children anymore, but rather full-grown adults because it took them 25 fucking years to get
It's a
into the
privilege to
country,
live here, bro.
right?
It's a privilege to live here.
I would argue the real slap in the face would be the legislators that we see in D.C. and across the 50 states of America that have just completely neglected and ignored the legal means of entry into America, have let them get dilapidated, have let them get expensive, and have made them slow. That's the slap in the face, not just to legal immigrants, but to everybody. And a larger slap in the face is people like you who are going to sit here and tell me that we could judge the contents of one's character predicated on the color of their skin, argue that they're an undocumented immigrant because you don't understand the words that are coming out of their mouth because they don't speak the same language you do, okay, and are actively supporting the people, authorizing ICE to illegally deport them with no due process to a place in El Salvador where they're literally tortured. And by the way, I want to point out that that includes legal immigrants too. Asylum seekers are legal immigrants, but every single day in Minneapolis, Minnesota, for instance, upwards of 100 asylum seekers are identified, detained, and deported by ICE. What the fuck do you have to say now? Do you think that deporting legal immigrants is a slap in the face to legal immigrants?
Of course, I think it's a slap in the face of
The slap in the face that you support because you argue that Trump is your favorite president, right?
He is my favorite president.
Exactly. So who's really the one supporting slapping legal immigrants in the face now?
So what about all the illegal immigrants that unalive our
So
citizens?
what about a pivot? No, I want you to directly answer the question that I asked you. So who's really supporting the slap in the face to legal immigrants now?
It's you still.
No, you're the one that just admitted that it's a slap in the face to illegal immigrants to literally deport them from the country. We acknowledge that that's something that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE is doing under Trump, and then you argue that Trump is your favorite president. So your favorite president is a guy that is slapping legal immigrants in the face.
It's a privilege to be in America.
It's a privilege to be in America, said the guy
it's a privilege to
who's
be in
sitting here
America.
arguing that you shouldn't support my view because it's a slap in the face to legal immigrants after acknowledging that your favorite president is literally slapping the face of legal immigrants. Do you think it's contradictory and hypocritical for you to sit here and tell me that I cannot support mass amnesty? I cannot support undocumented immigrants in the sense that I think that they shouldn't be illegally deported to be tortured, saying that I can't support those things because they're a slap in the face to legal immigrants, while simultaneously upholding the view that you should be able to support the president that is literally deporting legal immigrants.
Because they are committing crimes, and they come from gangbanger backgrounds, bro.
Okay,
I mean,
one second. What you just said is completely false. You're now just trying to demonize legal immigrants to support oppression against them. The reason why the Department of Homeland Security is deporting legal immigrants is not because they're committing crimes, but it's because Donald Trump is saying that these legal immigrants have to now leave the country and wait outside of it until their asylum hearings end.
see, I don't even like them. I don't like them seeking asylum. I think that's just a getaway because they came in illegally anyway. So
right now you're telling me that you don't like people seeking asylum. You don't like people seeking
because they broke the law to
legal
come
means
in
of
here
entry into the country.
Because you first broke the law. So
that's not true. That's not true. Not all asylum seekers first enter into this country with the use of undocumented means. But even if they did, neither of us should care because they're asylum seekers. They were running from social or political persecution.
What about?
Why should we care? Why should we care about people running from social or political prosecution, entering into this country with the use of undocumented means, then seeking the proper legal channels to declare themselves through the legal asylum process?
Why were they running out of their country? Why did they want to run out of their country so bad?
I just told you
because I don't want to run out of America.
Because of social and political persecution. Because you're not socially and politically persecuted here because you're a cishet Trump supporting white man.
I think the white people are being discriminated mostly against in America, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, and what race is our president?
It doesn't matter what race.
It does. Answer the question. What is the race of the president?
A white man.
Yeah, what is the predominant race of our congressmen and women?
White.
Yeah, and what is the predominant race of our justices in the Supreme Court?
Okay, so...
Yeah, no, to answer my question, what is the predominant race of the justices in the Supreme Court?
Why is white
I have one more. What is the predominant... What is the predominant race? What is the predominant race? What is the disproportionate race of members of the top 1%?
You can just spam all these questions.
What is the disproportionate race of members of the top 1%?
I don't know.
White. What is the disproportionate race of Fortune 500 business CEOs?
I don't know.
White. What is the disproportionate race of those with any political influence outside of Congress and even on the state and local level?
Oh, white.
White. So yeah, you're going to sit here and tell me that white people are being discriminated in America, even though the president's white, the disproportionate race of our congressmen and women are white, the disproportionate race of our justices are white, the disproportionate race of the top 1% is white, the disproportionate race of Fortune 500 CEOs are white, the disproportionate race of those that hold any political power whatsoever on the state, federal, or local level are white. But yeah, they're the ones that are discriminated against. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So why are white Americans the number one ranked to unalive themselves? Please tell me that. If we're not being discriminated against, if we're not being bashed against, why are we the number one rate? Blow it out of the park, too, by the way, on why we unalive ourselves.
Okay, well, I know that men are significantly more likely to self-unalive compared to women. I'm not sure about the racial statistic. I'd actually love to see that.
Look it up, then. You got that computer in front of you. It's white men. It's a high majority white men, Dean. White, and you're gonna tell me white men don't get discriminated against?
yeah, they do. That's crazy. What the hell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, they are significantly more likely to self-unalive. And also, according to the AFSP, white men have been the most likely to self-unalive for all of recorded American history. So do you think that white men were discriminated against during Jim Crow era segregation?
Okay. Yes.
You fucking idiot. You have to be a troll. Is this Emily Wilson's husband? Is this Emily Wilson's husband?
No.
How were white people discriminated against during slavery? How were white people discriminated against
I'm gonna watch that
during Jim Crow era segregation? Please tell me.
Okay, because you think
This actually has to be a troll. I cannot believe this. This
No,
guy just
'cause,
told us
like-
that white people were discriminated against during slavery. So yes or
Dean,
no? Was the
okay,
Civil
hypothetical.
Rights Act passed
Hypothetical.
to stop discrimination against white people or black people?
Okay, can you hear my hypothetical, please? So I'm literally 5'10", 150 pounds. I'm a slave owner, white slave owner. I go and I try to buy this black slave, 6'5", 250, and he's like, "Hey, I don't want to listen to your bullshit." Who do you think he's gonna obey? You think he's gonna obey the little dude that can't do shit? No, he's gonna beat the brakes out of me, Dean.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wish. I hope so. If what you're describing in the hypothetical were to ever be true, I hope that he'd kill you.
So that's what happened back then, though. That you think
Okay.
all because these white men.
Yeah, he's saying that black people weren't oppressed during slavery because black men were physically stronger and average compared to white men, and they just beat the shit out of the white men. I'm sorry, I'm removing him from my live stream. That guy's like just too far gone. I don't think that he should have a mic in front of any audience. What the fuck did we just listen to? Like, oh my god, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing, dude? That is out completely outrageous. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. I have a couple of people to thank here, guys. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love on the V and the P. I really do appreciate you guys so much. Please make sure to show some love to all of our donors in a moment here when we get around to thanking them. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
Super awesome. I love to hear it. Love to hear it. Quickly, before we try to get that next guest up here, it is worth going over the rules, everybody. It is worth going over the rules. I understand that the guest requests on TikTok are technically available at all, but if you hop inside of the guest requests in violation of our rules, you will be banned. So let's go over what those rules are now so you know that you're safe in the queue. You have to be 18 plus, you have to be American, and you have to be MAGA. I have a vast league of moderators, and all of them, including myself, are going to be looking through the guest requests and identifying anybody who is not over the age of 18, not American, or not MAGA. Okay, if you are identified as breaking the rules inside of the queue, your account will be banned. So joining the queue in violation of the rules puts your account at a risk of being banned, even if you don't get up on the live stream. Now, if you happen to get up on the live stream, then your account definitely will be banned. So just make sure that you're following the rules, everybody. If you want to know what they are, even though I just said them out loud, do reference the middle of your phone screen if you're watching on TikTok. And I'm actually just going to leave the rules up in the middle of the phone screen while we're trying to find that next guest, just so absolutely nobody is confused. And then once we get that next guest up here, I am just going to take a moment to thank some donors. All right, we got Ashley loading up into the box. Ashley turned around and automatically left. We got Mafu Lifts loading up into the box. Let's get him up here. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
What time is it?
6:37.
What state are you in?
North Carolina.
And how old do you say you were?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
December.
Okay, awesome, man. Appreciate you for being here. I'm going to go to, like I said, take a moment to thank a couple donors. Now, we do have to use like code words to refer to the donors because of this weird TikTok flag I've been getting for quote unquote directing people off platform. So we're just going to go to do that now. Over on the chat super, you know exactly what I'm referring to. Thank you so much, Camp, for the $20. I really appreciate you so much. Let's get to it, Camp W's for the $20 on the chat super. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Camp with the 20 says, you are more likely to be unalived by a citizen than an immigrant. And by extension, you're more likely to be unalived in a red state versus a blue state. You are absolutely right on both fronts, Camp. 110% right. Zuma, thank you for the $10 over on the chat super, who says, so question, are you saying that a guest you have in your house, asylum seekers, you would kick them to the street instead of letting them stay until they get their own place? Oh yeah, he definitely would, 100%. Then Alex, I appreciate you for the $5 on chat super as well. He says, just finished your debate with Emily, I think your name was. I'm in physical pain, SOS save my sanity. Oh my god, Alex, I completely understand where you're coming from. That was a wild fucking debate. She's like legitimately insane. Riley, thank you for the $5 over on chat super as well. I appreciate you. Welcome into the stream, Riley. I just read that message. Happy that we could have you here. Gopher, thank you for the $10 on chat super, who says, oh no, Trump is such a victim. Wah wah. He's investigated so much because he keeps breaking the law. Say it louder for those in the back, Gopher. And then one last one over here on the chat super. Thank you so much, Linus, for the 40 euros. Holy shit, Linus. That is wild. Thank you so much for your incredibly kind donation to what we do here. Thank you so much, Linus. Holy crap. I want to see 400 Linus W's down below in the chat for the 40 euro donation from the bottom of my heart to you, dude. Thank you so much for the love and support. Linus in his message literally just said 40-0, and I know exactly what Linus is referring to here. My debates with Emily, exactly. 4-0, dude. We're all caught up over on the chat super. Let's go to take a look at the Venmo and PayPal. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Let's see, PayPal. Oh my God, Anthony, thank you so much for the $125 donation. Anthony, my man, thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Anthony down below. Holy fuck, that is way too much money, man. Anthony with a 125 says, Colorado disabled veteran here. Love what you do. Here's another 125, brother. That is beyond kind of you, man. Genuinely beyond fucking kind. I'm so very grateful for you, Anthony. And thank you so much for your service. And, welcome in another Colorado resident. Thank you so much. Like I said, 1,000 Anthony W's. Please, 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 please. That is so insanely, incredibly kind. Thank you, Anthony. Tracy, thank you for the $12 donation. I appreciate you. Cecilia, thank you for the $10. Cecilia didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Thank you. And then Daphne, thank you so much for the $35 donation. Thank you, Daphne. Let's get 300 Daphne W's. I appreciate you so much for the love. I'll definitely tell Parker that you're sorry, no worries. And I appreciate you for watching the streams. Shout out to you, Daphne. Skylar, thank you for the $15 donation. Let's get 100 Skylar W. Skylar says, thank you for fighting the good fight. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your kind words, Skylar. I hope that you enjoy the stream today. And then Cully, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I hope that you enjoyed your birthday, bro. Cully with a 20 says, thank you for having me on for my birthday. Here's the respect back with a donation for your kindness. Fuck Trump. Cully, thank you so much for the love and support, man. Like I said, I hope that you had a great, great, great birthday. Show some love to Cully down below in that chat. Thank you so much, man. Beyond kind of you, seriously. Over on the VENMO, appreciate you so much. Jesse for the 5 who says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Jesse. Drew, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Let's get 250 Drew W's. Thank you, Drew. Drew the 25 says, haven't clocked into the stream yet because I saw the Jubilee debate already get posted. Bro, I'm like a quarter through and you're already lapping her. Good job, homie. Thank you, Drew. I felt like that was one of my best debate performances ever. Same thing to you, Fassi. Thank you so much for the $12. John, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo. You guys are being so kind today. My God, let's get 400 John W's. Thank you, John. John with the 40 says, Dean/Barker 2040. You got my vote. I don't know if I'll ever run for office. I think that I could be more meaningful in like the influential sphere on the internet. But regardless of that, thank you so much for the $40, John. Will, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, Dean, I just watched you cook Emily for the 90th time. She's a hateful person. I couldn't agree more, dude. Then Andrew, thank you for the $20 donation over at Venmo. That was the very first donation to the stream. Who says, could you get your anti-Trump related libraries publicly available with their respective links/sources? I think that's a project that I should start. It would take a while to complete because there's definitely a lot of sources that I use in these streams, but that would be a meaningful undertaking. I appreciate you for the $20, Andrew. Let's get to an Andrew W's down below. And with the very last donation for right now, this is from nobody other than Mary over on Venmo with the $100. Mary, before I even read your message, I just wanted to personally thank you for being a viewer of the live streams. You have been here for so long, and you've been so kind to me over the course of the last months. From my heart to you, just know that I really appreciate you, and that I'm continually just surprised by your generosity, and I'm so thankful for you and your love. Thank you so much, Mary. Like I said, beyond fucking kind. I don't deserve a penny. Mary's message with $100, insane, says, for putting that piece of trash Emily in her place, you are amazing, and she should be completely embarrassed by the bullshit she spewed without any facts. Yeah. That was really bad, man. It was hard to film. It was hard to listen to. I knew that she was crazy. I just didn't know that she was that crazy, dude. Thank you for the $100 once again. Please show some love to all of the incredibly kind donors down below. And Matthew, I appreciate you for your patience. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. Well, my first reason is because Cookie King mugged the shit out of you.
Dude, honestly, I'm not even mad. Line of the game. Appreciate you for the motorcycle. Dude waited like 4 minutes just to say that and leave. I can't even be pissed at him. Like, okay, I'm not even gonna ban that guy. I mean, he waited like attentively and patiently for 4 minutes. I'm not even gonna ban him. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, Charm. Okay, I don't think that Charm knows that they're here.Moving on to the next guest, you guys, to repeat what I said before we thanked all of the donors. Make sure that you're following the rules if you hop inside of the queue. The rules are in the middle of your phone screen. You got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. If you break the rules in trying to join the live stream, you're going to get a ban. Unfortunately, we just want to ensure that we leave the stream for debates and debates only. So we got the next guest, David, loaded up into the box. David, welcome into Sports Trump.
Yes, I very much do, Dean.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay. I think that we're already off to a great start with your profile picture, Nick Fuentes. Do you watch him a lot?
No, not very much, but I do agree with some things that he does have views on. I do agree with.
Okay, well, I'm happy that you don't watch him a lot, because if you did watch him a lot, he definitely wouldn't be your profile picture, because you'd probably know that he doesn't take an issue with pedophilia and doesn't think that the age of consent exists.
Well, yeah, that's one thing that I agree on with him, but I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. What?
You agree with him on that?
Yes,
So you don't take an issue with pedophilia?
I do agree with the issue of pedophilia.
Oh, okay. I think that you just might be bad at wording yourself. Are you trying to tell me that you think pedophilia is an issue and that the age of consent is a thing? Like, are you trying to tell me that you disagree with Nick on that?
Well, yes, I do agree. I do disagree with him on that.
Why did you say, like, well?
I mean, this is kind of a tricky question. The way you're wording it, it's kind of...
There's nothing tricky at all about me asking you if you agree that pedophilia is bad and that there is an age of
No,
consent.
I do think it's bad, no doubt. I mean, it's just the way you're wording it.
Yeah, I don't think that there is anything tricky about my wording.
Yeah, it very much was.
What was tricky about my wording?
Repeat it, Dean, and I can point it out to you.
Do you agree that pedophilia is bad and that the age of consent exists?
I do agree that pedophilia is bad, and I don't think that age of consent exists where a minor cannot consent.
So you think that minors can consent?
No, I said they can't consent, Dean.
Then you would agree that the age of consent does exist.
Yes.
I just genuinely think that this guy is like a non-smart Trump supporter who is just bad at communicating what he believes in. So, I mean, I'm glad that I got you to agree that pedophilia is wrong and that the age of consent does exist. I don't know why it took us so long to get there, but tell us why you support Trump. This should be a doozy.
I agree with his border policies and his economic policies.
You agree with his economic... How's the economy doing, my friend?
The job market is holding. The gas prices, he cannot do anything about that. The grocery prices, I'm aware that inflation is up right now. But he just put in an act to... it's in section something, I forgot. I can pull it up.
I'm sorry,
right
I just
here.
got a violation on the stream. Can you repeat what you just said?
Repeat what I just said?
Yes, I just got a violation of the stream that I had to read. Our viewership is suppressed for the next 10 minutes, folks, but then we'll be good, so we don't need to do a restart. Go ahead. Just like, don't scroll out of the live. If you scroll out of the live, you won't be able to find it again. Just saying. For the next 10 minutes, that is. So go ahead.
Okay, so I agree that Trump cannot do anything about the gas prices, and I think inflation is up, but he just put in an act to lower grocery prices.
Okay, so you said they can't do anything about the gas prices. Okay, well, he actually can. He actually did do something to make the gas of the price of the gases.
Yeah, we're going into war.
increase.
Yeah, I know, Dane.
Yeah. And by the way, I think that this is one of those points that you should be able to acknowledge that Donald Trump is just completely wrong about. Because in his address to the nation that he gave about the war in Iran less than 3 days ago, the first thing that he said is that we are not reliant on oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz at all. And that we make more than enough oil to supply our own constituents here. In fact, we have such an abundance of oil that he wants other countries to start buying it from us. So he doesn't even acknowledge that shutting down the Strait of Hormuz caused the price of gas to increase. He doesn't even acknowledge that that has any impact on America whatsoever. So how are you going to sit here and tell me that this guy is good for the economy? He knows what he's doing. He's directing the country in the right direction, economically speaking. Meanwhile, he can't even acknowledge that the issue that is causing the price of gas to be higher here at home in America exists.
Well, I agree with his view of trickling down economics. I agree with that.
We're not talking about trickle-down economics. We're talking about oil and gas, dude. What the hell? We're talking about oil and gas and geopolitics. We're not talking about trickle-down economics. What are we doing?
Okay, Dane. You don't have to cut me off. What I was trying to say is that you asked me how is his economics good, and then I told you I believe in his view on trickling down economics.
Wait. I asked you a very specific question as it would relate to oil and gas and the fact that he said that we are not reliant on oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz at all, and that we have an overabundance of oil that is produced here at home in America. In fact, we have so much that we should just start selling it to other countries. Can we agree that that is clearly wrong?
Yes, I do agree with that.
Okay, so if he's clearly wrong about diagnosing the issue of oil and gas prices, then we shouldn't trust him to be good for oil and gas prices.
Yeah, I agree with him, and I agree with you. That's one thing that I've always had a question about Trump is gas prices are not very.
Okay, if you agree,
will never be good.
If we're in agreement here that we can't trust Donald Trump to be good for oil and gas prices, then I think we should also be able to agree that we can't trust Donald Trump to be good for the economy as a whole, because oil is incredibly impactful on the health of our economy as a whole, because the price of oil is involved in the price of nearly every single good and commodity, regardless if it's the price in the jet fuel to transport the commodity from overseas to here, or the price of gas for a trucker to take all the groceries to your local grocery store. All of the goods and commodities commodities that are sold in the American marketplace, and one way or another have some reliance on the price of oil, because that plays into the price of the transportation of getting that good from the manufacturer to you. So if we agree, once again, in summation, that he's not good for oil and gas, then we should be able to agree that he's not good for the economy as a whole.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that. Like I said, I agree with his views on trickling down economics, where if you cut taxes to the rich, it will benefit downwards to the whole nation. And key economic policies that he's done throughout his whole his 2 terms was he cut the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21. He doubled the standard deduction and increased the child tax credit. He eased regulations on banks, financial services, and environmental standards to lower business operating costs.
Okay. To your first point that you agree with trickle-down economics as a theory, only like people who are not familiar with economics agree with trickle-down economics in theory, because the data that we have collected since the introduction of trickle-down economics under Reagan has continually refuted the notion that it's an effective theory that's beneficial for the people. Since the introduction of trickle-down economics, we've only seen a growing gap between worker wages and worker productivity. We've seen a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. Not to mention, after the further introduction of heavier trickle-down economics under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2018, we saw no new macro-level business reinvestment that created new jobs or increased wages for the people as a result. And that fact is coming from a financial study that was done by the financial institution by the name of Brookings. So clearly, now that we know trickle-down economics as a theory is poor, we should be able to kind of take a step back and run a more evaluative and a holistic view of Donald Trump's policy as a whole. Okay.
Well, Dean, here's the thing. When we seen other presidents want to raise taxes to the rich and cut taxes for the middle class, we've seen business owners flee the country after that happens. And
can you give me an example of that happening?
5% of business owners in California, that's just one state of production, 5% of their business owners fled the country
Where
after
did they go?
Biden got elected. What?
Where do they go?
I couldn't. Here, let me go back to the article. But
Wait, also after Biden got elected, Biden didn't increase the corporate tax rate. In fact, under the totality of the Biden-Harris administration, we had the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in place. So you're arguing that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused people to flee the country, really?
I mean, from what I've read, whoever got elected, the business owners are going to leave.
Okay, but Biden didn't pass any economic policy to increase taxes on corporations. What the fuck are you talking about? Your claim was that when we pass policy to increase taxes on corporations, then the corporations leave America. And then you responded to this claim by saying that, well, when Biden was elected and didn't increase taxes on corporations, business owners fled America. Come on, what are we doing? What are we doing, my friend? That is, come on. Clearly, you should be able to recognize that you're likely misreading the response to the AI prompt that you plugged into ChatGPT before you hopped on a live stream, and that was just like a very bad blunder.
So Dean, can you agree with me on this? In Palm Beach, Florida, when Trump alerted the police, what Mr.
Epstein?
E.
No fucking way. Now we're talking about Epstein?
I mean, yes. I mean, you don't agree with his economics, or do you want to go to Borders? I mean, we can go to Borders.
Why don't we just stay on economics, man? Why do we have to move on?
I was wrong about his economic policies. I'll give it to you. I was wrong, but border policies, I don't think he convinced me. I don't think he can convince me why he's wrong on that.
Okay, so now that you've acknowledged that you were wrong about his economic policy, let's talk about Epstein. So you're in the middle of saying that after he alerted the authorities to Epstein's doings, go ahead and finish that sentence.
So, it was in Palm Beach, Florida. He told I forgot what's his officer's name, Mr. Scheider, I believe who it was, Michael Ryder. And Michael Rear, he alerted them, and he said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him," and that everyone in New York and Florida knew that Epstein was disgusting and engaging in inappropriate behavior with young girls. And Trump reportedly told the police to focus on Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, describing her as evil and operative behind the scenes.
Yeah, but then he wished her well in 2020. So
But
the
also
first things
this-
first.
also this
So
Dean,
I
Trump
have two quick
reportedly-
points to make here. I've two quick points to make here. So the first quick point that I'll make here is that you just said it yourself. He called the authorities after Epstein was arrested to say, thank goodness you got him. He did not alert the authorities prior to Epstein being arrested. He just merely called and thanked them after he was arrested, which, by the way, is a very common thing that those guilty of a crime or those involved in a crime will do, because they have this building sense of anxiety surrounded the fact that they're involved and that the authorities might find out that they are involved. So therefore, they attempt to reach the authorities before the authorities reach them with a presentation of like a moral good character, arguing that they weren't involved in the slightest. Now, the second thing I'll point out here is you actually just exposed one of Donald Trump's biggest lies, because he's been telling us since Epstein was rearrested in 2019 under his first administration that he never had a single clue of anything that Epstein was doing.
Well,
But now,
Dean, when
through the
there-
most
when there's
recent
an
round of the release of the
investigation
Epstein
going on in
files,
a
we're now
criminal
learning
case-
that apparently he did know. He knew exactly what Epstein was doing. I mean, you just read off the quote yourself. He told the cops, thank goodness. We have all known all along exactly what these rats were doing. Thank you so much for catching him. So not only did you explain why we might have more reason than we once thought we did to argue that Donald Trump was personally involved with Epstein because he reached out to the authorities to assert a good moral character after he was originally arrested, but we also just agreed that we are now exposing Donald Trump for one of the largest lies he's told since 2015, because he knew exactly what Epstein was doing, yet he's been telling us the opposite for the last 10 years.
Well, Dean, here's the thing about that as well. You're not allowed to say anything on an investigation of a case going on. It will be called tainted evidence or anything like that. So Trump did not speak on it because it was currently being investigated at that time in 2019.
He
and
did
further
speak on it. He did speak on it. He spoke on it.
He
and
said that he had
never
nothing
knew.
to do with it.
No. Well, yes, of course he did say that. But what I'm specifically referring to is him speaking on it, saying that he never knew. So if this was about not wanting to taint a case, well, then he wouldn't have said that he did know, and he wouldn't have said that he didn't know. But the fact that he spoke up and said that he didn't know was him asserting this claim to be true. And we know that this has nothing to do with him not wanting to take the case, because if that was the case, if that was true, well, then he wouldn't have said anything.
Dean, do you know the difference between a backstage and a dressing room?
Dean, do you know the difference between a pivot and a counter argument? Because clearly you've been obfuscating and using those two ideas interchangeably throughout the totality of this debate. So why don't you go ahead and respond to the 2 points that I just brought up? You brought up the fact that after Epstein was arrested, Trump called the authorities, said, thank goodness you got him. We've all known this all along. The first point that I made was, he reached out to the authorities after Epstein was arrested. That doesn't mean anything. Of anything, it indicates that he knew and was involved with what Epstein was doing, because co-conspirators do that all the time after their partners in crimes are arrested. And then the second point that I brought up is how this actually proves that Donald Trump has been lying to us over the course of the last 6 years since 2019, given Epstein's arrest in 2019, because he's been telling us that he never knew what Epstein was doing. But now, according to this testimony that you just shared with us, that was released with the Epstein files in the last 4 months, according to Trump in 2004, he had always known what Epstein was doing.
Well, I mean, okay, so your point two, right? He said that he had nothing to do with it, and also, he had often stated that he had a falling out with Epstein and knew nothing about the specifics of his crime. I believe this was in 2006, and he was aware of the nature of the allegations, yes, but I
No, it
believe
wasn't just
he
being aware of
didn't-
the nature of the allegations. It was him personally being aware of Epstein actually doing those crimes, because that's what he had told the cops after they arrested Epstein back in the early 2000s. And now you also just shared with us that Donald Trump has said, that he cut off his relationship with Epstein in the early 2000s. I thought that you didn't trust. We just got our live ended. Violent and hateful organizations and individuals. What? Brother, I was cooking. Why did we get the live disconnected? What the fuck? That makes no sense. That legitimately makes no sense. I'm so confused. That's wild. So here's what the live stream got taken down for. Quote unquote, violent and hateful organizations and individuals. We want you to share what inspires you, but TikTok is not a place to encourage violence or hate. That's why we don't allow the presence of violent or hateful organizations or individuals on our platform. This includes violent extremist entities or violent criminal organizations, violent political organizations, hateful organizations, and individuals who cause mass or serial violence. We also don't allow anybody to promote, support, or recruit or help for these actors in any way. Okay, I just submitted the appeal to TikTok. That's actually wild. So, by the way, we've been live on TikTok for the last 40 minutes. A, we got a 10-minute shadow ban for me apparently being quote-unquote hateful. Then B, right after that ended, we got a second 10-minute shadow ban for quote-unquote substances being consumed on live, which of course is referring to the anxiety pen, but we never get that. And then C, right after that shadow ban ran up, we just got the totality of the stream taken down for the promotion of quote-unquote violent and hateful organizations and individuals. That's wild. That's wild. That's absolutely wild. That's crazy. What are we doing? TikTok, what the fuck are you doing, dude? This screams censorship. This absolutely, undeniably screams censorship. What's going on, TikTok? What are we doing? What the fuck is happening? That's crazy. That's absolutely fucking nuts. We are going to go live on our second TikTok account and continue frying these fools. That last guy got cooked into oblivion. I don't know what's up with me today, but I feel good. I feel confident as hell. And that, wow, this is a weak ban, dude. This is a weak, wow. Holy shit, this ban is for 1 week. Because we talked bad about the Supreme Emperor. Wild. Crazy. That's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Let's hope that it gets appealed. While we're waiting on that to get appealed, let's go to thank a couple people. First and foremost, because this is wild. Todd. Thank you, Todd, for the $200 over on Super Chat. Todd, that is absolutely... Our appeal just got approved. We're in luck. Let's go ahead and restart that live as soon as we're done thanking Todd. That is absolutely so just like incredibly fucking kind of you. Please, 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 please show some goddamn love to Todd down below in that comment section right now. Please show some love to Todd because that is beyond fucking kind. Beyond fucking kind. I want to see 2,000 Todd W's. Todd with the $200 didn't even attach a message to the love. Thank you, Todd. We are Todd. Thank you so much, man, for supporting the work that we do here. It means more than you ever know, man. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart. Also, Leah, thank you for the $10, who says, Happy Good Friday, Dean. Do you know what's not good, though? The Department of Defense violating the First Amendment by excluding Catholics from its Good Friday service at its in-house chapel. Did it really? Did it really? I don't know, Leah. Could you send me a source on that? Because Catholics make up the largest Christian denomination in America. And that's like the voting base of Trump. That sounds like it's not true. But if you would give me a resource, I'd really appreciate it. Alex, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, hey, Dean, I'm joining the Navy in July. Hopefully by the time I'm finishing with boot camp in my school, the Tangerine Tyrant is not in power. I'm going to be a medic. Shout out to you, dude. Very good luck. Very good luck. Mr. James with the $5 as well, who says, Dean, it's because you talked to a Fuentes disciple. They are considered a hate group. I think that you actually might be right, James. That's what I was thinking in my head. I think that we got that because I'd asked him about why Nick Fuentes was his profile picture. I think that you're probably actually right. We're like I said, we already got the appeal approved on TikTok, so we're going to be back over there momentarily. But before we do start that stream, I just want to tell you why. I think that the stream is being silenced to hell and back. They do this when I'm getting an abnormally high viewership. And I know like on that live, the viewership wasn't abnormally high. We had 14,000 people in there, which is pretty like typical for what my stream pulls in. But right now I like my post is going viral. What I posted right before I started the live is going like mega viral. It has close to 1 million views in 1 hour of me clapping Emily. So I think because that post is going mega viral, directing more people into the live stream because they could just click on the live streams through seeing that post on their For You page. TikTok is being like extra anxious. surrounding my viewership. Guys, we're going to go to restart that live stream over on TikTok right now. There's a couple people that I have to thank on Venmo and PayPal. I just don't know if they're all watching on YouTube or else I'd do that right now. But we'll probably have to wait a good 20 to 30 minutes into the stream in order to do that. I think we've learned and picked up on that trip from Santana, because when we mention the word Venmo or PayPal too early in the stream, then we actually get a restriction. So I don't know. It's a mess. But let's go to start that live stream on TikTok now. All right. All right, we're back on TikTok. What a crazy day. Hello! Welcome back into the stream, everybody. For everyone who's tuning in, and I appreciate you guys so much for being here. We got the live stream taken down for the craziest ban I have ever seen. The quote-unquote promotion of violent hate groups. I have no clue whatsoever what caused that restriction. It may have had to do with the profile picture of that last guest who's on the stream. But we're back now because we did get that appealed. For everybody tuning back in, if you guys would really help us make sure that this live sends out far and across that For You page, I would really appreciate it from the very bottom of my heart. After we get a restriction, it is always very difficult to get the live stream to start sending back into that algorithm. And it honestly takes like a day or two in order to like work itself back up. So if you could really do your part here and really help us out by just double tapping on that phone screen, spamming that comment section, saying what's good, welcome in Anastasia, welcome in Georgia, welcome in Bob. Appreciate you guys for being here. What's good, Kate? What's good, Poog? Spamming some W Todds. You could also do that. Todd sent 200. We were just talking about that elsewhere, to be vague because of TikTok DOS. I don't want to get a flag for quote unquote directing people off platform. So, you're picking up on what I'm putting down here. Show some love to Todd because that was ridiculous. That was incredibly kind. And with that, we are going to go and hop back into the debate. So, folks, I guess before we get the first guest back up here, it's worth going over the rules again. In order to even join the queue, you have to be 18 plus American and MAGA. This is a debate stream where I want to try to change the minds of Trump supporters. Now, I understand that technically that ability to join the queue is available to anybody and everybody, but I have a legion of moderators that will be banning every single person in the queue that is not 18 plus, not American, and not MAGA. Okay? So even by joining the queue in virtue of the fact that you're not a Trump supporter, your account is at risk of getting banned. Now, what I will say on top of that here is that if you're able to join the queue, you don't get banned, and then you get on the live stream, you will then definitely get banned. I will be making no exceptions to this rule for right now just because we want to be able to hop back into those debates. And I thank and appreciate everybody who's tuning in. Thank you guys for being here. Q, what's up, man? Do you think that you could be a normal person today?
Well, let me answer that question directly. I'm always normal, brother.
That's certainly not true, Q. Not in the slightest. So
Give me one example. One example when I was not normal.
Yes, you talked the last time you joined this live stream. You talked about my literal asshole.
Well, aren't you used to talking about that that big thing?
Exactly. Now you're gonna justify it. No, totally. That is not a normal thing to do, dude. Let's just start with it. I don't even want to know what you said. Just drop the topic. Okay. Let's start from the top. Let's start from the top, relevant to the topic of discourse. Why are you a Trump supporter?
Number one, I'm a significant Trump supporter because he is and has always been an advocate for the 1031 exchange. You know this, Dean. You know this.
Your mic sounds laggy, and honestly, I'm hearing tobacco noise. Are you driving?
Absolutely not, bro. Why would I drive and be on TikTok?
Well, I mean, it sounds... Are you in a car?
No. I am not in a car. I'm not on the house, and I don't eat eggs with the mouse, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a request to turn on your camera. You don't have to show yourself. Just show your surroundings.
Dude, why do you... That is so weird, bro. Listen real closely.
It's not weird. I just think
tell me if you hear any driving. Listen. You hear any driving?
It's just more so like the acoustics. Now, the reason why I'm asking you to turn your camera on is because although it sounds like the acoustics of being in a car, it could technically also be just like a small room. So...
Oh, I'm in a very small room that has a toilet, bro.
Prove it by turning the camera on.
Bro, I'm in a very small room with a toilet. I mean, do you really want to see what's going on over here?
I do.
Really?
Just make sure that there's nothing in the toilet, please and thank you.
Bro, I knew you were a sick freak, bro. You listen to Kanye West, don't you?
So the only reason why I would be a sick freak and asking you to turn your camera on is if you were actively using the toilet. So in that case, I might just remove you if you are actively using the toilet. So Q, are you actively using the toilet?
Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I'm having a Peter Parker and I'm wiping my Dean, okay?
Okay. So in the future, don't join lives to an audience of over 10,000 people while you are taking a shit, because that is weird.
This is not you.
Feel free to rejoin the live when you're not taking a shit, Q. God. Let's just go ahead and move on to the next guest. We're going to quickly repeat what I already said. David, I see you in the queue. David, I'll let you back up if you change your profile picture. I think I got taken down for that. I see that your account name is David Football Enjoyer. I'll let you back up. You just have to change your profile picture. That's why the stream got banned for the quote-unquote promotion of like violent hate groups. So David, if you could do that for me, we'll let you back in. We'll let you back in, man. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Like I said, love to talk to David again and finish that conversation because I was frying him. Oh, he says I did. Oh yeah, he did. He did. Sarah, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Sarah. You know what, David? Stick on that queue. I'll talk to you after Sarah. Sarah, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. And you said that you're a Trump supporter. Wow, that's embarrassing.
Well, I voted because I'm gonna admit I'm stupid. I don't have all my facts. So I've been watching your live for the past I think 30 minutes probably.
Oh, great.
And
That's awesome.
you said some really good points, and then some points it's just kind of
Okay, yeah, let's have a
But
conversation about it.
hold on. I just want to say this whole entire fucking world is corrupt. Whether you have Trump in office or Kamala, it doesn't matter.
So
To me, it's just all corrupt.
So I agree that some level of corruption is just bound to exist in government because of how much power government has. But I think that the government is significantly more corrupt under Trump. First question I want to ask you is, what year were you born in?
12/8/98.
I believe you. Clearly not under the age of 18. There's a couple people saying that in the chat, so I thought I'd ask. Okay. Before we hop into the debate, I'm going to thank a couple people. I'm going to thank a couple people here, then the mic on the floor will be yours. Folks,
Okay.
I've been getting this weird TikTok ban for quote-unquote directing people off platforms, so I'm going to have to use code words and thanking the donations. So let's start over the chat supers. Of course, you're picking up on what I'm putting down here. Thank you so much for the $100. I also got to use the word bucks instead of the word dollars, also just so we can evade that. Thank you so much for the $100 over on the chat super, GAR, G-A-R. I want every single person watching this live to please show some love to GAR down below in that comment section. I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is absolutely beyond kind of you. Thank you so very much, GAR. Let's get 1,000 GAR W's down below. I don't even know why people choose to be so kind to me. I don't deserve a penny of that. Not about my body thinks otherwise. And I'm so grateful for you. Gar with 100 says, "Hey, Dean, here's a gift for you." Well, thank you so much, Gar. You are beyond kind. Seriously, legitimately beyond fucking kind. Show some love to Gar down below. Now we have a couple people to thank over on the PayPal and the Venmo. Starting off with PayPal. Let's see what we got here. Thank you so very much for the love. Ross with the $10 who says, "I just saw your new debate on Jubilee and she was terrible. You crushed it." Thank you, man. I felt very confident coming out of that. I'm not going to lie. I agree. I do think I crushed it. Thank you so much, Ross. And I rarely say that. Alexander, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Katrina, thank you so much for the $10 who says, "Hey, Dean, your stream is helping me get through Good Friday family dinner. I appreciate you streaming to help keep my sanity. Love from Ontario, Canada." Well, shout out to you and Ontario, Canada. Appreciate you so much for being here, Katrina. And I'm happy that you enjoy this stream. Huge shout out to you. Same thing to Kimana. That is Kimona. Kimana, I'm just going to call you Kim. Thank you for the $10 who says, "It's not much, but it's my third donation to show how much I truly love and appreciate you." Thank you so much, Kimana. And $10 is a lot. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're all caught up over on the PP. A couple people to quickly thank on the Venmo real quick before we hop into that debate with Sarah. Thank you so very much for the love. Matthew with the $10 who says, "Hey, Dean, I saw the Jubilee episode with Emily. You absolutely fried her. I cannot agree more with the quote-unquote me comment of how she views the current administration. Absolutely disgusting. disgusting. She was absolutely disgusting. And thank you for the kind words. You were awesome. Melanie, thank you for the $10 as well. You said also just watch the Emily debate. And man, I don't know how you do it. I've been doing it for a while, Melanie. It's hard to endure though. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Crystal, for the $1. Andrea, thank you for the $3. And then Kate, thank you so much for the $75 donation on Venmo. Kate, that is out of this world. Kate with the $75 says, another day, another great stream. Kate, I really hope that you enjoyed today's live stream, and thank you so very much for the love. Fucking hell. Thank you, Kate. That is Kate with a K. Put some respect on it. Let's get 750K W's down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. If you want to show some love to the stream, if you want to support me and what we do here to allow us to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find the Venmo, the PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere, as well as the handle is at the top of the phone screen. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. Now, I got to quickly ask you, how old did you say you were?
Okay, I have mom brain. I'm sorry. 12/8/98. I'm 27. My daughter is 7.
So you
guys, can look at my profile.
Yeah, take a look at her profile. This is not a minor. I 110% trust that she's telling the truth. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I support. I don't support ICE. I support the borders about not letting the people that are non-American in America. I do believe in that. Other than that, it's not the fact that I'm a big Trump supporter. I'm not one of those yeet motherfuckers that come on here. But I do want to say that this world is just corrupt, and it's honestly so sad, and it's pretty fucked up that I have to raise 2 kids in a world that is going to war. And I mean, we're little voices. We're not going to change the world, no. But it's just a matter of fact.
You voted for the world that we live in.
True. Yes.
Which is why you should stop supporting the person who's making the world the way it is, if you acknowledge that it's not the world that you want to live in. I don't understand why you're calling yourself MAGA, labeling yourself as a Trump supporter, and joining this stream to debate me, of in all reality, we could agree in a joint detestment of the world in which Donald Trump has created. And a joint condemnation of the world in which Trump has created. That's a better way to word myself.
Well, not everything he's done is bad, but a lot of the things he has done is bad, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I think that we just need to do a comparative analysis here of the benefits to the cons. Now, I probably think that there's significantly less benefits than you do. Close to 0, if not 0, so far in the second term. Now, what about you? What are the pros that you could identify from the Trump administration? Keeping in mind here that if you don't think the pros outweigh the cons, then by definition, you shouldn't consider yourself a Trump supporter, because you ultimately do think that the Trump administration is regressive to this country.
True.
So do you think that the pros outweigh the cons?
No.
Perfect. So by definition, like, you don't support the administration because you don't want them to continue down this path of ultimately, in consideration of the pros and the cons, hurting the country. But this is the point of the debate where I just move on. But before I do, I just want to quickly ask you to point out, like, the biggest pro that you see from the administration, to see if I could just quickly change your mind on that, because you sound like a genuinely, like, receptive, open-minded person.
Okay, can you repeat that question a little bit more stupider for me?
I'm sorry. Don't say stupider. Don't say stupider. I'll just repeat it a bit slower. Like, sometimes I do talk fast.
I'm blind, and I need that a little bit more dumber down.
No, don't say that, Sarah. Don't say that. What is the biggest pro that you see from the Trump administration?
The biggest pro is getting all the illegals out, because, and I say illegals as in the rapists, the killers, the murderers, like everything like that. Like I understand. I support that.
I understand exactly why you would say that, because if you pay attention to Fox News, you follow Newsmax, and you listen to what Trump says, then all that you've heard is that we have a national emergency of gang-banging violent criminals raiding this country, declaring it, their new stomping grounds, and murdering citizens and raping women. Because that's what Donald Trump says. I mean, I could literally pull up right now a TikTok video posted the day of the election where Donald Trump says that all of these undocumented immigrants are escapees from mental institutions and prisons and asylums. Now, what we need to acknowledge here is that is not true, okay? Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. Undocumented immigrants make up 1% of violent crimes. Meanwhile, American men make up 92%. Now, for that sub 1% of undocumented immigrants that are actually violent criminals, there is a bipartisan agreement that they should either be thrown in jail or deported. But see, the thing is that the left is significantly better at actually getting that job done, because that is a lot of the left's focus. When we look at the deportation policy of Biden and Obama, it's not perfect, because it does include undocumented immigrants that are here to build a better life for themselves. But it has more of a focus on the identification and deportation of those with the bad crimes on their records compared to Trump, because his focus is every single undocumented immigrant, including many legal immigrants. But even that focus is often misconstrued because he has authorized the DHS. I'm trying to find a way to say this that makes sense. He's authorized ICE, to racially profile people based upon the color of their skin. So because the left is much better at identifying and deporting more undocumented immigrants with the bad crimes on their records than the right, you shouldn't support the right.
Okay, I get, I 100% what you're, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
and Sarah, I appreciate you for joining. I actually don't think that you're stupid. I just think that you need to stop listening to your MAGA friends and family members.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, I don't watch the news because it's very depressing.
I get that.
And
I get that. But it's worth like paying attention. I'm going to move on to the next guest right now. Sarah, you're a breath of fresh air for the day. I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you have a good one, okay?
You too.
All right, you take care. We're going to go to get that same guest that we had on before the live stream got terminated back up on that live stream. I will repeat, guys, if you do want to support me and support the stream, you can find the pay links, link tree in the bio on TikTok, the message over on the elsewhere, and the handles at the top of the phone screen as well. It's Venmo, PayPal. I appreciate you guys so much for all the continued support. And I think that we actually do have a couple people to thank here. But before we do that, David, welcome in.
Yeah. Do I need to reintroduce myself?
No, you don't. We also can't go over why you changed your profile picture or anything like that. I just want to clarify. I think that's what got the stream taken down. That's what got the stream taken down. Quickly, before we do continue the conversation, there's a couple people that I want to thank. Thank you so much, Fasto, for the $5 over on PayPal. He says, my respects. Thank you so much for the love, Fasto. That's very kind of you. I'd also like to thank Tanya for the $40 donation. Thank you, Tanya. That is so much money. That is very kind of you, Tanya. Thank you so much. That is Tanya spelled Tawnya. Tanya, thank you so very much for the support. That is so fucking unbelievably kind of you. I want to see 400 Tanya W's down below. Tanya with a 40 says, long-time watcher, first-time donor. Absolutely love watching you almost every day. Most of my family are Republicans. I recently got into debate with them over Trump, and they were absolutely childish and kept pivoting and throwing a temper tantrum every time I responded, thank you. Oh, trust me, I know what that's like. Clearly, Tanya, I'm sorry that you had to experience it yourself. Make sure to please show some love to Tanya down below in the chat. Thank you one last time here. Just so much for the love and support. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Sam, for the $2. Annabelle, thank you for the $10. Show some love to Annabelle. And then, we are all caught up. All right. So, David, let's go ahead and pick up on where we left off. So just I guess, inform you and all the viewers of where we did leave off, because this was before stream got taken down. You started by telling us that you support Donald Trump's economic policy, and then you conceded that it's bad. Then we moved to Epstein, and that's where we were at, because the first thing that you said on the topic of Epstein is that, Donald Trump informed the cops of Epstein's wrongdoings leading to his arrest, and this is a very good thing, proves that he wasn't involved, proves that he has a good moral character because he did this before politics, he did this privately in confidence. Then I responded by making two really clear points. The first point is that he only called the cops after Epstein was arrested, which, if anything, would indicate that he is a co-conspirator, because this is something that many co-conspirators will do when their partners in crime are arrested, as a way to assert their good character for the cops so they don't suspect them of being a co-conspirator. So if anything, it doesn't indicate that he's a good person, but maybe only gives us more reason to believe the connection between him and Epstein. Now, the second point that I made here, and this was a really valuable one that I wanted you to respond to, is the fact that this absolutely shatters the narrative that Donald Trump has been attempting to stuff down the throats of every American since Epstein's arrest in 2019. We have all heard it. Okay? Donald Trump has continued to repeat the lie that he never knew what Epstein was doing. He had no clue, and he was blindsided by the revelation shared by the FBI. But now, looking back to this police report, according to Trump, in the early 2000s, he knew exactly what Epstein was doing, to the extent of also knowing exactly what Ghislaine Maxwell was doing. So this is one of the biggest reasons why you shouldn't support Trump, because he was willing to lie to the faces of every American about his relationship with the most notorious sex trafficker in modern American history.
So, Dean, do you think do you think he would have kept him around Mar-a-Lago if he'd known what he was doing?
Well, actually, we don't have any evidence that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. So I know that's the point that you're trying to make here, but the only evidence that exists of that point being true is a fact that Donald Trump has said it. But we actually have new files released from the DOJ that are from Epstein's lawyer saying that he was actually never banned from Mar-a-Lago whatsoever.
Well, he stated that he had previously kicked Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club, calling him a creep.
What's the evidence that he's telling the truth?
I'm just going off what he said right now.
If we want to go off of what people say, do you believe the 40-plus women and girls who have credibly accused Donald Trump?
Has it led to a civil lawsuit or a court case
Has Donald Trump's statement about his relationship with Epstein led to any further verifiable evidence through a court case or otherwise? No, but you told us that you believe it. But if we do want to talk about the 40-plus credible accusations, one of them in particular has, such as E. Jean Carroll, who actually did take Donald Trump to court and did prove to unanimous jury of 9 that he raped her.
Are you sure about that?
I am sure about that. In fact, I'm so sure about it that with a click of a button, particularly this button, I could show you the jury verdict form from that civil court case.
Let's see. No. Yes. 2,000, 2 million. Okay, so we know about Eugene Carroll. Okay.
So do you believe
then,
Eugene Carroll?
What'd you say?
Do you believe her?
Yes, yes, Dean. I'll believe it. But I'm looking at it now. The jury finds Trump liable. Okay, so we know about that. I'm not saying Trump is a good person either, by the way.
Do you hold no minimums for the most powerful position available to any human alive? I think that being a rapist should disqualify you from being president. And I think that anybody who would argue otherwise just fundamentally lacks moral virtue. Like, it is so far beneath the Oval Office, and it sets a precedent of grave danger to the social and moral fabric of our nation, as well as it tells other men that they could get away with raping women. In fact, they could go out, grape a woman, she could prove it in court, and they will face no social or legal repercussion. In fact, they could become the next president of the most powerful country in the history of countries. As well as it informs us of his other policy-making decisions, because the same man that raped Eugene Carroll is the one who is considering what policy would be in the best benefit of this country. But clearly, if he's willing to rape a woman, he lacks the core fundamental moral virtues of empathy, caring about others, or what is in their best interests. So when he's designing and passing policy, it's not going to be in the best interest of anybody else but him, because he doesn't have the ability to consider the best interest of anybody else but him. So for these 4 reasons, okay, the social and moral fabric of the nation, the fact that it should be disqualified from the highest ranking position of power known to man, and the fact that it incentivizes more shitty men to go out there and rape because they'll be able to get away with it and further their own career and progression in society and power dynamics that exist inside of society, and it is detrimentally damaging through his other policy, because the same moral virtues in which led him to raping a woman are the same moral virtues in which he uses to write and pass policy. This should be completely disqualifying from the presidency.
Yeah, I heavily agree with you there, but I wouldn't say Trump is my resort to vote. I would say, what were you about to say, Dean?
Well, I was going to interrupt you, and I didn't want to do that. But since you asked me, what I was going to say there is there should be no but. If you completely agree with everything that I just said, there should be no but. There should only be the action of redacting your support and loyalty from Trump and the admission that you've been proven wrong.
Well, it's hard to do that when the opposition is a drunk person who can barely speak during the debate. And
What? A drunk person who could barely speak during the debate. Are you talking about Biden or Harris?
definitely both of them, actually. Both of them
Both
can't
of
speak.
them. Okay. Well, the person who ran for president was Harris, so she's a drunk person. Are you referring to the one picture that got posted of her on Twitter, having a glass of wine while she was playing board games with her?
No,
family
that's not what
members?
I'm referring to, Dean. I'm
what
referring
are
to
you
her how
referring
she was
to?
speaking during the debate.
How
She was
speaking
slurring
during
her
the debate?
words. She was doing a lot of heavily.
Okay. So I want you to point me towards a clip of her debating Trump that clearly demonstrates her to be drunk during it.
Okay, let's see.
Should be really easy. And by the way, if her performance in that debate was so bad as you would suggest, I mean, she was literally drunk. Okay, point number one, then why did she wipe the floor so hard with Trump? Point number two, we know she wiped the floor so hard with Trump.
How'd she
because
wipe
Trump-
the floor and she lost the election?
Okay, well, because I don't think that debates win elections. Because debates only
I
convince
mean,
smart
debates
people
have
who
a
the best
big
option
result
is.
on elections, don't they, Dean?
I think that debates only convince smart people of who the best option is. But we know that Kamala Harris won the debate because after the debate, Donald Trump then turned around and accused her of wearing an earpiece to get answers, accused her of working with ABC, getting the questions ahead of time, and accused the moderators of the debate to being dishonest and disingenuous directed towards him. So, in consideration of these three facts coming from Trump, I think very clearly we know that she won the debate.
I would heavily disagree with you on that, but
Wait, well, okay, then why did Donald Trump make these accusations against her? Like, if you just mopped the floor with her, then he wouldn't be generating conspiracy theories, like I said, of her wearing an earpiece, working with ABC, getting the questions before time, having somebody tell her what to say through the earpiece, so on and so forth. Like, that just wouldn't have happened.
yeah, yeah, you have a point there, but I think I found the clip of her slurring her words.
Good, play it.
The internet says Kamala Harris has done the latter, that she released a drunk video message. So Harris has kept to herself after the election.
Put it closer to the mic.
No major public appearances, no policy speeches. Her team says she is coping with the results. That could mean some downtime after weeks of intense campaigning. But the internet is convinced that Harris has taken to the bottle. They've even used artificial intelligence to drive home their point. Of course, we don't.
Why did you pause it? Did you pause it? Did you stop playing it? Because in that clip, the commentator literally says that Kamala Harris wasn't coping well with losing the election, so then she started to drink following the outcome of the election. But we could both acknowledge that the debate happened months prior to the election. So it would make absolutely no sense for you to attempt to justify that she was drunk during her debate with Trump by referencing any clip, audio or visual of Kamala Harris months after November.
Dean, I said she was slurring her words. I didn't say she was.
But then I asked you to play a clip of her slurring her words. No, you actually said that, she was definitely drunk because she was slurring her words. But then I asked you to play a clip of her slurring her words. Okay, and then you bring me up some commentator saying that she might have had a bottle of wine after she lost the election. And this is proven by self-admitted artificially generated content on the internet. So artificially generated content on the internet months after the election is what proves she was drunk during her debate with Trump. Good God.
I never brought up AI, Dean.
Yes, you
Never
did,
brought
because
up AI.
it was brought up in the clip that you just played to prove that she was drunk during the debate. Quote unquote, even though the clip
She
says it was
said
after the
what the
election.
commentator was saying was that people were using AI, artificial intelligence, to create images of her with a bottle.
Yeah, dude. Yes, I know. I know that's what she said. I know, because that's what I was just referring to.
That's not what you were
keep in
referring
mind,
to.
wait, can we agree that inside of the clip that you just played of somebody else saying she was drunk, she said that she was drunk after she lost the election?
Repeat that.
Can we agree that in that clip of somebody else saying that she was drunk, she said that she was drunk after Harris lost the election?
Yes.
Was
I
the
would
debate
agree with
before or after the election?
that. It was after the election.
So then why did you play me a clip of somebody saying she was drunk after the election to prove that she was drunk during the debate, which was months before the election?
I found the wrong clip, I guess, man.
So then find the right one, man.
Okay, let's see. Here on Fox News.
Oh yeah, the super. Before you even play the clip from Fox News, I just want to inform you and everybody else listening that when Fox News got sued for $1 billion and lost, by the way, for lying about the outcome of the 2020 election, they legally reclassified from a news agency to an entertainment agency, and then argued in court that the reason they shouldn't have to pay the $1 billion lawsuit is because nobody takes them serious. And that because nobody takes them serious, there would be no reasonable expectation that what they were saying about the 2020 election was fact. But now that we've cleared the air here, and even Fox News has told you not to believe them, go ahead and play the clip from Fox News that proves Kamala Harris was drunk during her debate with Trump.
All right, so here it says Kamala Harris' latest word salad. I want you to hear the way that she's saying her words here.
President is way out of her league this time. Ms. Harris turning heads when talking at a climate conference.
Okay, well, you're already wrong. A climate conference isn't a debate. Turn it off and find the right clip. What are we doing?
No, you said find you a clip of her slurring her words.
I asked you to play a clip of her slurring her words and proving that she was drunk at the debate because your claim was that she was drunk at the debate. What are we doing?
Can I find you a clip of her slurring her words? Because I have a clip.
No, because that wouldn't prove that she was drunk during her debate with Trump.
Okay.
Could
I
you
never said
play
that
a
she was
clip that
drunk
is
during
completely
the debate.
irrelevant? That is exactly what you said. Do I need to roll back the
I was
VOD?
saying that she was slurring her words. I didn't say she was drunk during the debate. Dean.
That is exactly what you said. How much money are you doing about on the claim? I have a VOD that I could scrub back and we could listen to exactly what you had said less than 10 minutes ago. And I will happily do that. I'll happily do that.
I mean, do what you want, man. It's your live. I mean, you can play it back if you want.
So want to put $100 on the line?
I'm not giving you $100. You already have a bunch of Democrats gifting you all day.
A bunch of Democrats gifting me all day. Yeah.
I mean, Dean, come on. You think this is silly, dude? This is like they're
Thank you. God bless you. God bless Israel. God bless the Palestinians, and God bless the United States. Thank you very much.
Oh shit, he's drunk.
What's wrong with Israel, Dean? Is it
wait. Is Trump drunk?
Is it because they're Jewish?
Is Trump drunk?
He's not drunk.
Oh, but you just listened to him slur his words.
Play it back, Dean. Let's hear it. Let's hear it again.
Oh, you want to listen to him slur his words again? Perfect.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless Israel. God bless the Palestinians, and God bless the United States. Thank you.
Oh, dude, that's literally that has to be AI. That
has to be AI? Buddy, this clip is actually from 2018 during his first term before AI existed, my friend.
What day was that, Dean?
April 5th, 2018.
Was it during a debate? Was it during...
It was during an address to the nation. That's why he ended by saying, thank you, God bless the United States of America, God bless Israel, and God bless the United States.
Dean, listen, how old was he at that time?
Old as fuck. 80,
okay,
70,
so,
70. He was about 70.
Do you know any elder people that slur their words in their life? Because I know
I do. Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do.
Okay, so compare that to Kamala Harris.
Okay, so you're actually accepting that he's slurring his words here, but then saying it's okay because he's older?
Yes, I did accept it, but that's not being compared to
I actually want to play you another clip, okay?
Oh, God.
I call this one the Sharks and Batteries. I'm going to play you this clip of Trump, and then I want you to tell me exactly what he was saying inside of this clip, okay?
Very short period of time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
So tell me, what point was he trying to make? Was Trump trying to make?
Trunk? Okay. So first of all, Dean, he was asking a good question. I thought that was a good question.
What was the question? What was the question?
Would you rather okay. He said, would you rather jump out of the boat that had a, I believe he said, a toaster or something like that.
That what? The boat that what?
The boat was currently...
with the sharks and the batteries and the current of the boat and the battery?
Yes, the battery.
So the battery in the water with the current and the sharks and the battery in the boat?
Yes, and he was saying I would take the electricity
Wait. What does the jumping out of the boat have to do with the battery?
Because, Dean, you either choose to get eaten by the shark or you choose to get electrocuted.
Wait. You'd only get electrocuted by the battery if it was in the water, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, first, that's actually false. Not true.
How is that false, Dean?
Because you'd have to have like an incredibly high-powered battery for it to conduit a sufficient amount of electricity through water.
Do you know what a toaster does in the bathtub with full water?
I just want to be able to go on further here and make one point. Where do sharks eat you?
What did you say?
Where do sharks eat you?
Did you just say would sharks eat you?
No, where do sharks eat you?
I mean, it depends what type of shark it is. I mean,
sharks eat you in the water, right?
Well, yes.
Yes, sharks eat you in the water. Now, so you're telling us here, would you rather jump in the water and be electrocuted by battery, which, by the way, is DC, therefore it can't kill you, or stay on the boat out of the water and get eaten by a shark, even though sharks only eat things in the water?
Obviously, stay on the boat with the shark. Obviously.
Wait. But sharks only eat people in the water. You're not in the water if you're on the boat.
Exactly. So
then the shark couldn't eat you. So then it's
exactly.
So what is the would you rather? So now, unless the shark jumps out of the boat, so is that what he had to ask the MIT professor about? If the shark would jump out of the water onto the boat, is that what he had to ask the MIT professor about?
Probably, I mean...
So he had to go, okay. So now we've determined, okay, he's asking, would you rather jump out of the boat into the water and get electrocuted by the battery that couldn't electrocute you because it's DC, or stay on the boat and have a jumping shark eat you? And he had to go and ask the MIT professor about the shark and if it could jump and eat you. But this is actually after he asked the MIT professor about it, yet he's still asking the would you rather question.
Okay, what are you trying to make out of this, Dean?
I'm actually not trying to make anything out of this because there's nothing to make out of it because it's gibberish nonsense.
I mean, yeah, I can see why you think it's gibberish nonsense. I mean, it seemed like a good question at first, but I mean, it's not. But
yeah.
What are you doing? Why do you laugh like that?
I'm laughing at you because you're trying to say that this clip makes perfect sense. You even said that it's a quote-unquote good question. Dude, that's just crazy how far you're willing to go to defend him. Oh my God.
How am I going too far to defend him?
Because you're saying, oh, that's actually a great question, Mr. Trump. Talking about the shark in the boat, or the battery, and the jumping shark in the battery in the water with the DC current that could electrocute you, and the shark in the MIT professor and the battery in the boat. Great question, Trump. Great question. You have TDS. That stands for Trump Devotion Syndrome.
What is that?
I just told you. Trump Devotion Syndrome.
Well, you're trying to say that I would go to my nearest hell to go defend him?
Well, if you want to throw the brain out of your head, yeah.
So, okay, so Dean. So just because I said it was a good question, then I said I view it as a good question at first, and I don't. That means I have Trump devotion syndrome.
Yeah, it also means that you're contradicting yourself because you just said you simultaneously view it as a good question and you don't view it as a good question.
Okay.
It also means that
once again, Dean, I'm going to ask you, what does this question have to do with anything?
Yeah, because you're saying that Kamala Harris was drunk at her debate with Trump. I then asked you to prove it, and then you brought up a clip of a commentator saying that she might have had something to drink after she was no longer a politician and lost the election. And then you went on to play another clip of Fox News saying, here's a gaffe at a speech that she gave at a climate meeting, not the debate with Trump. And then I wanted to play you about 3 billion clips of Donald Trump slurring his words and making no goddamn sense. So, looks like if anybody were to be the drunk here, definitely be the rapist, right? By the way, that's also very telling because you accepted that Donald Trump was a rapist. You accepted that E. Jean Carroll was right in her claim against him. You accepted that she had proved it in court as well. But then you went on to say, well, that you didn't vote for Kamala Harris because this one time she slurred at a climate crisis. So what's worse, slurring at a climate crisis? I should clarify here, slurring your words at a climate crisis or raping a woman?
Obviously, raping a woman. Obviously that.
Okay, so then Kamala Harris is the lesser of two evils.
What'd you say?
And then Kamala Harris is the lesser of two evils, and you don't consider yourself a Trump supporter because the alternative would have been better.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't consider myself if you were to ask me during the election, I'd say, yeah, I'm a big Trump supporter, but I mean, I'm not really as big as I was.
Can you read off the prompt on top of my head that you've now joined the live stream 2 times to debate me on?
How do you still support Trump?
Yeah, so you don't consider yourself a Trump supporter?
No, I still am. I just don't really.
Okay, so you're still a Trump supporter, even though you've now acknowledged that he's not only a bad president today due to his economic policy, his relationship with Epstein, but also the relevant alternative was better because she wasn't a rapist and he is. So why do you still consider yourself a Trump supporter, Mr. Loser?
I don't think that the left just has any good presidents left, and I mean.
Okay, yeah. What's one bad policy that Kamala Harris ran on? Tell me.
I mean, pro-choice is ruining a baby's life. I mean, it's ruining a kid's life. I mean, you're taking away the kid's chance to do something in the world. And
now you care about kids?
I mean, Dean, I do. I mean,
okay. What are your thoughts on the 174 kids killed by a U.S. Tomahawk in Iran? What are your thoughts on the 12 million kids that were starved because Donald Trump broke the law, broke a court order, and refused to pay out food stamp benefits during the last 12 days of the government shutdown? What are your thoughts on the kids of low-income families across this country that now have parents, 10 million of them? Okay, they don't have access to health insurance because Donald Trump took it away that could put them in generational debt or keep them out of work. What are your thoughts on the 3 million families, including children, that Donald Trump permanently cut off of food assistance through the Big Beautiful Bill, or the fact that 1 out of 5 kids in West Virginia is starving, all while Donald Trump is further defunding the social safety nets, tanking the economy, ushering in terrible jobs reports, and taking food assistance away from those that need it the most. So what are your thoughts on all those kids? Or the fact that the leading cause of death in our youth is gun violence, and we know that the right doesn't give a fuck about gun violence because the largest proponent and best friend of Trump prior to the election was Charlie Kirk, who said, unfortunately, we are going to have some school shootings if it means protecting the Second Amendment. And we have an epidemic of gun violence in this country with over 1 mass shooting a day. And every time it's brought up to Donald Trump, he just completely discards it, laughs it off, says, oh, that's crazy, then moves on, but never actually implements any actionable change to prevent it from happening in the future. Oh, wait, you don't have thoughts on any of those things. You just kind of ignore those things because they don't help your narrative that Trump is a good president. But then when it's about a woman's access to abortion, women's access to healthcare, not killing a sentient child that will run around, go to school, have hopes, dreams, and aspirations that get killed by guns, but rather just a clump of cells that is not conscious, that is not sentient. It is only relative to you and me in the sense that it's a member of our same species. That's the real issue. That's what we need to focus on. That's what we need to crucify and condemn. Make it make sense.
I mean, I don't agree with both sides that you just said. I mean, I do think what Trump is doing with the Big Beautiful Bill, I think it benefits kids, but I mean, you can't deny, Dean, that when women are getting ABs, that 1 life per AB is getting shot down.
It's getting killed? Yeah, I can't deny that. That's a biological fact. But I can deny that it's wrong. I don't see any reason why it's wrong. Why is abortion wrong?
Because I mean, Dean, you're taking your kid's life away. Maybe
why is it wrong to kill? Harvard. Why is it wrong to kill the fetus? You're just saying that it's wrong to kill it because it's wrong to kill it? That's a circular argument. Try to use our brains here. Why is it wrong to kill it?
Because I mean, Dean, what if that fetus becomes the next Harvard graduate and goes help Elon Musk? go build rockets and stuff like
What
that.
if it becomes the next Hitler? What if it becomes the next Mussolini, the next Stalin, the next?
We know that's not happening,
George
Dean.
Soros.
That's
You know
so
that's not
insane.
happening?
You know that's not
Okay,
happening.
but it's not insane to posit that it's going to be the next Harvard professor that cures cancer and works with Elon Musk.
I mean, it does have a good shot at that. I mean, I don't see
Yeah, it
any
has a good
kid-
shot at that for sure.
Well, it depends on the parents, Dean, because behavior is taught. It's not.
Do you think that liberal parents could teach their kid to be successful and like Elon Musk?
I think there's a high chance they can, Dean.
Okay, wait, they can? So, like, I'm talking about ultra crazy liberals, like the communists. Do you think that, like, straight up leftist communists, okay? By the way, I'm not calling them crazy. That's just what you call them. Should be able, could teach their kids to become the next Elon Musk?
I mean, not really, no.
Okay, so should leftist communists be able to access abortion because we know their kid won't be like the next Elon Musk?
No, they shouldn't. It's
Oh, wait, why? We know that their kid won't be like the next
life.
Elon Musk.
It can do many things, Dean. I just told you. One of those things.
Wait. Can it do any of those things right now? Can a fetus be the next Elon Musk? Wait, no, they can't. Can a fetus do anything beneficial whatsoever? Like, no, because they're not a person. They don't have the agency. They don't have control over their biology because they don't exist. It's just clumps of cells. Prior to around 20 through 24 gestational weeks, when the ability
Those clumps
to
of
employ any level
cells
of
are
consciousness
helping making
whatsoever
kids, Dean.
emerges. What's that?
Those clumps of cells are helping making kids, Dean.
Oh, so you just admitted that it's not a kid because you said it's going to be a kid in the future. It's helping to make a kid in the future, but it's not a kid right now.
Yes, Dean. That's what I was trying to say the whole time.
That's actually not what you've been trying to say the whole time because I asked you why abortion is wrong less than 5 minutes ago, and you said because it kills a kid. But now you're arguing that it's not a kid, but it will be a kid in the future.
Yes.
Hey, you know what else helps to create kids in the future? You know what else helps to create kids in the future? Sperm and egg cells. Do you think that it should be illegal to jack off because you kill a bunch of sperm cells?
What?
What else helps to create future children is sperm cells and egg cells. Do you think that it should be illegal to masturbate because you're killing sperm cells, which help create future children?
I mean, morally, I don't agree with that, but I think yes, it should be. But I mean, it's not
It
gonna
should
stop
be
anybody
illegal?
from doing it.
It should be illegal. I just want to clarify. Your position is that masturbation should be punishable by jail time.
No. What I'm saying is that even if it does get passed to be illegal, it's not going to stop anybody from doing it. I mean, there's certain things like in public. I mean, yeah, but like if they're doing it private at the home.
Wait. If it did stop people from doing it, would you support banning it?
Yes, Dean, because it would help.
So
favor-
also BJ's blowjobs. Okay, should we ban those too?
No.
Wait, why? Because it just kills a bunch of sperm cells, which help to create future children.
Oh my God, Dean.
They do. That's undeniable. You're saying, "Oh my God, Dean," as if I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. I'm right.
No, you keep asking me these stupid questions. I mean,
Well, okay, so you admit that it's a stupid line of thought to argue that we should ban things that kill the requirements for future children. Therefore, your argument for why you think that we should criminalize abortion is stupid in accordance with your own view.
No, my criticism. No, it's not stupid. What your question?
You just called it stupid. You just called it stupid.
Yeah, I called your question stupid.
But my question was in relation to your view.
It definitely was not.
Yes, it was. You argued that we should ban abortion because it kills the things in which are required to create future children. Sure, I agree that like a fetus or an embryo is a requirement for the creation of a future child, but so is sperm cells on their own and eggs on their own. So the extension of your logic here would be is that we should ban anything in which kills sperm cells or eggs, like masturbation, like BJ's. Like periods, let's ban periods. Let's ban them now. Let's ban them now, everybody.
Periods cannot be banned.
like IVF, okay? You know, like pulling out, like wearing a condom, like birth control. We should just ban it all.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, so then explain to me the relevant difference in your logic, keeping in mind here that the foundation for your claim that abortion should be banned is that we should ban things that kill the things that will create future children. Can you agree that sperm cells and egg cells would be examples of things that are required for the future creation of children?
Yes.
Okay, so then why shouldn't we ban them in accordance with your logic?
I mean, let me ask you this, Dean.
Why are you asking me a question in an attempt to explain your view? There should be no question that you should have to ask me to answer the question that I asked you. Because the question that I asked you was an explanation about what you believe in and why. Nothing that I know, nothing that I could tell you would be able to help you explain what you believe in and why.
How much does the DNC pay you to ask these stupid questions?
Honestly,
dude,
sell
it's
all the
stupid.
money in the world. Trillions of dollars. So much money. They funnel it through the fake accounts on Venmo and PayPal. That's right. I by the way, I just recommend not talking about the donations, because when you voice your frustrations with the fact that I make money, then people send me more. It's a negative feedback loop that pisses me off. Well, if you didn't care, then you wouldn't mention it. Just saying.
No, honestly, I'm just saying, because like the DNC is getting all these leftists on TikTok, like you, Parker, and Harry, and all these other people.
What is your
okay?
But you want to continue to talk about it? All right, buddy. What is your
I
evidence that
won't.
the DNC pays me?
What?
What is your evidence that the DNC pays me?
Dean, you can easily be bought out. They bought you out, bro. They honestly bought you out.
So what's your evidence?
Really? You want to know my evidence?
Yes.
How about let's talk about when you were easily with the death of with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, you were exposing your sadness on the app, and you were saying, I'm so sorry for this," but then the whole time you really didn't give a fuck, and then the DNC told you to stop, and then you stopped like a good little boy for the DNC.
Okay, so the evidence for your first claim was just another baseless claim. So let's just set the record straight. I think that the evidence that I'm paid by the DNC kind of just reduces down to the feelings in your tum-tum, right, buddy?
What?
The evidence that you have that I'm paid by the DNC just kind of reduces down to the feelings in your tum-tum?
No, dude.
No? Oh, yo! Thank you so much, Nike, for the $10 over on chat. Super appreciate you so much. Who says sorry, balls owner? But from now on, having your laptop on your lap is illegal, as its very hot temperature kills sperm cells as much. As such, your laptop on your lap is now a big no-no. That's right, criminalize it. Senorita, thank you for the $10 over in the chat. Super as well. I appreciate you so much for that love, Senorita. Show some love to Senorita and Nike down below. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Stephanie, for the $10 from the DNC. Let's get 100 Stephanie W's. Thank you so much, Stephanie. SJ, thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 SJWs. Thank you so much for the love and support. It says, just because I appreciate you, say real budgie. Thank you for the money from George Sheres, the DNC. Thank you so much. I'm going to use it to buy so much adrenochrome, so much of it. Liam, thank you so much for the $17 over on PayPal. He says, so many logical fallacies. It's crazy. Thank you so much, Liam, for the $17 from the DNC. Let's get 200 Liam W's. Mark, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Mark. Show some love to Mark down below. I really appreciate you so much. And Kindle, thank you so much for the $4. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Edgar, for the $5 as a DNC donation. Roxanne, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. That is crazy. Show some love to the GOAT, Roxanne, down below in the comment section. Thank you so very much, Roxanne. Roxanne says, I just watched your Jubilee. You absolutely destroyed her. That's right, Roxanne. Thank you so much for all the DNC funding through the fake bot account on Venmo. Thank you so much. Laser, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo from the DNC as well. And Patty and Amy. Patty and Amy, thank you both for the, for the crazy donos. Thank you both for the $50. Thank you so much, Patty and Amy. Please, for every single person watching, show some love to Patty and Amy down below. The goats are in the building. Thank you so much, Patty and Amy. Amy with the 50 says, hey, Dean, my husband and I watched your debate with Emily today. I wonder what was more embarrassing for her. Nothing. That she lost the debate or that she wore... I'm not even going to read that next part. But I appreciate you so much for the love, Amy. Then Trisha, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, just another crazy leftist sending you money. Happy Friday, Dean. Happy Friday, crazy leftist. Thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Patty, thank you for the $50. Like I said, let's get 500 Patty W's. Patty with the 50 says, note to this guest, there's a point where quote unquote old as fuck means dude, are you okay? God, thank you for calling out this IDIOT. And then some. Well, thank you so much for the $50 from the DNC, of course, Patty. I really appreciate you as always. And I'm so grateful and thankful for you tuning in today. Also, Barbara, thank you for the Vikings hammer. Johnny with the $5 from the DNC. Thank you. Rami with a $25 donation from the DNC. Let's get 250 you, Rami W's down below in that chat. Thank you for the George Soros funds. Joseph, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo from the DNC, who says, this guy's childhood bedroom definitely has crusty illegal socks somewhere. Thank you for the $20, Joseph. Thank you so very much. And then Edgar, once again, thank you for the $5 from the DNC as well. We're raking in all the DNC funds. All the DNC funds over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Jolene for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much for the DNC money, Jolene. Heidi, thank you for the $20 donation from the DNC. Let's get 200 Heidi and DNCWs down below. And then Clint, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Oh my God. That is so wild. Holy fuck. I want to see 500 Clint W's down below in the chat from the bottom of my heart, man. That's so incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the support. One moment.
Why don't you...
Clint with the $50 says, forgot my buyout with love from the DNC. Thank you so much for all the DNC money, Clint. Over on the chat, super. Thank you so much, love, for the $10. I appreciate you so much for that, love. Love to love down below. And then Count Nefaro. That is NEFARIO. Thank you for the $50 as well. Who says, stop complaining, Gastine warned you this would happen. Thank you for the money from the DNC, Nefaro. Show all the love to Nefaro down below. All the love. Thank you so much. As well as Papa Wheelie, thank you for the $20 over in the chat. Super says, I am now binding out and I command him to bring out Momo. Oh, well, Momo cannot be bought out, unfortunately. Thank you so much for the $20, though. And then one last one here. Thank you so much, Camp, for the $50. Let's get 500 Camp W's down below. Thank you so very much for the love, Camp. Camp with the $50. That is absolutely insane. Thank you for the love and support. Says, gotta love how whenever you point out a fallacy in their thoughts, they either say, yeah, Dean, I really just don't care about that, or they'll just pretend you didn't say anything at all. I know, Camp. That's why I have to repeat myself 5 billion times. You know, it's also worth pointing out here that I appreciate you so much for the $50 from the DNC, of course. Show some love to the cult.
Dean, how does it feel to build this massive cult on TikTok?
Why do you think it's a cult?
I mean, let's look at it. I mean, people that come up on here, they get insulted and assaulted on their page because the people in your comments don't agree with their beliefs.
So because people are mean to you, I'm therefore a cult leader. How does that track?
No, I'm pretty sure Parker addressed this in another live today where somebody called him and you a cult. I mean, it's true. I mean, your whole fan base is terrible leftists. They can't see anything that's right in their eyes. It always has to be.
I just want to make sure, is this coming from the guy that has been proven wrong on literally every single argument he's tried to make all day for why he supports Trump?
Dean,
and then when proven wrong, it's pivoted to another
today.
topic, such as when you admitted that Donald Trump's economic policy is bad, then you pivoted to Epstein, and then I destroyed you on Epstein, then you admitted that his relationship with Epstein is bad.
Actually, I did destroy you on Epstein.
And then you pivoted to abortion, and then on abortion, you then then you lost, and then pivoted to arguing that I'm paid by the DNC. Then I asked you for an argument for the notion that I am paid by the DNC, then you said the feelings in your tum-tum. And then you got clowned on a bunch of people who sent in donations and pissed you off. So to clarify, I just want to make sure.
I want you to know if me and you were locked in a room and you're not allowed to use your wits against me. Okay, so you and Parker act all strong on this app, and then when it's off the app, you're all quiet and everything. When you get approached by a man that's more masculine than you.
Okay. Unironically, there's a video on my page that I posted 2 hours ago with now 6 million views of me debating on somebody in person off app and completely clowning on them.
Okay, so let's talk about when you and Parker out on the streets one day and y'all were debating someone and Parker was just sitting there like a good little boy and he wasn't saying nothing because he knew like he can't get mad like he does on TikTok live.
You're probably referring to a clip of me debating somebody and Parker standing by me because he wasn't currently debating somebody because we were doing 1v1s.
No, that was not what's happening.
Then what clip are you talking about? Pull it up.
Huh?
What clip are you talking about? Pull it up.
It's on TikTok, dude.
But it should be easy to pull up, bro. I know that you have a second device.
I can't pull it up on my TikTok.
You can't find evidence for your claim. I know, buddy. You're a Trump supporter. Clearly, you can't find evidence for your claim. That's why you're a Trump supporter.
I literally debunked you on the Epstein thing, and then you just ran away.
Did you say disbunk?
Yeah, I debunked you.
So that's grammatically incorrect. Disbunk is not a word. The word that you're looking for here, buddy, because I'll help you out is debunk.
Dude, I know. Dude, you're a smart ass. How is your family proud of you?
So you admit that my family's proud of me? Wow, really good.
No, I was saying, how is your family proud of you?
Really
Because,
good own, dude.
are they
really great.
still MAGA,
Dean,
Dean? Are they
your
still
family
MAGA?
is proud of you. How are they proud? Dude, great own. 10 out of 10. Dude, honestly,
is
so
your
good
family
at
member
this
still
whole
MAGA, or are they
roasting
feeding
thing.
off your lies too?
Some of my family members are still MAGA. That's definitely.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I bet you love to hear about other people holding the same shit terrible beliefs that you do. Probably makes you feel better about the fact that you have no evidence for them in the slightest, and the cornucopia and abundance of information and evidence and counter-argumentation against them that refutes him is also ignored by you. But as long as it's also ignored by other people, then you'll feel better in your belief. Yeah, man, you really despunked me there, dude.
Yeah, I know I did. You should go check out Isaiah's page when you get off, because I clipped him last night. And he wanted to post it.
Did you disbunk Isaiah?
No, I cooked him. I cooked him on border policies. I cooked him on major things.
Oh, so you did.
You can see it on his page. He posted me.
Oh, so he posted a video of him disbunking you?
He thinks that he disbunked me, but he did not.
Disbunked isn't a fucking word, dude. Stop saying it. Dude, oh my god. Like, for the second, like, wow. David, for the second time, disbunked is not a word. The word that you're looking for is debunked. Keep up.
Okay, dude. Okay. You know what, dude? You have yourself a good night. I'm done talking to you. You've been a smart ass the whole time, and honestly, dude, I hope you come to your senses one day and realize that the left is not good for you. Yeah.
Says the guy that lost on every topic that we debated. Sounds good, buddy.
I did not.
Okay, well then feel free to tell me how you beat me on any of the topics we debate. Listen, the mic and the floor are yours. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Explain to me how you won on just one of the 3 topics that we went over.
Well, okay, so on the Epstein topic, I cooked you by telling you, and you kept redirecting me. I told you that Trump called the cops on Epstein. He never did anything with him. He also kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, which you were like, oh, there's no evidence to back it up. Yes, there was. And
what was it? Just to clarify, what was it?
What'd you say?
What was the evidence to corroborate the claim that Donald Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago?
He stated that, and there's multiple news sources to back it up as well.
Multiple news sources that reported him saying it? So now saying things is evidence for things? So if I say that you are a fluffy unicorn, there's now evidence that you are a fluffy unicorn?
No, dude. No.
Okay, so saying things is not evidence for things. So what is the evidence? Okay, that Donald Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago.
Here, I got it right here. Okay, so you also have Carolina Levitt speaking up on it. You have Trump.
You mean the press secretary of the president?
Yeah, Dean.
Did you know that the press secretary of the president repeats what the president says because they're the press secretary of the president? So I just want to clarify. If I say that you're a fluffy unicorn and then Parker repeats that you're a fluffy unicorn because Parker says what I say and I said that you're a fluffy unicorn, is there evidence that you're a fluffy unicorn? By the way, that's not actually what Parker does. This is just an example. But is there now evidence that you're a fluffy unicorn?
You know, whatever, dude. I'm done with you.
Is there evidence? Oh, I guess we'll never know because he left. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. That was great. Okay, good one. You're gonna see that one on my YouTube channel for sure, 100%. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and quickly go over the rules before we hop into the next debates, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're inside of the guest request, which technically anybody could join, you should not actually join it unless that you are an American adult that is at least 18 that supports Donald J. Trump as president. The rules to join the queue are in the middle of the phone screen on TikTok. Now, I'm going to need you guys to legitimately follow these rules. Here is what will happen if you don't follow these rules and you join the queue even though you're not 18, you join the queue even though you're not American, or you join the queue even though you're not MAGA. You will be banned. Your account is at risk of getting banned. Why? Because I have a league of moderators that looks at every single person inside of the queue. If we determine, if even one of them determine that you are not a Trump supporter, you are not an American, you are not 18 plus, you will be banned. Your account is at risk of being banned. Now, if you are for whatever reason able to circumnavigate the moderators from identifying you in the queue, and you're able to make it on this stream, you will probably be up here for like 3 seconds. You'll probably get to say like one really short thing, and then I'll ban you and just move on. So make sure that you're following those rules. If you happen to be inside of the queue, I will ask you to please respect the boundaries. The reasons why I am going so hard on really just railing those rules in is because when I don't, there's a lot of fetuses, a lot of trolls, a lot of liberals that will hop inside of the queue. Like, for instance, last night, the last hour and a half of our stream was just straight trolls, fetuses, and liberals. So today, we're going to be doing none of that. We're going to be holding to our red line here. So let's go ahead and get the next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you're following the rules. Now, I'm actually going to give you an example of somebody that the moderators flagged as a troll, just to show you that the system that we have here works. So
I'm here to debunk you, buddy. I'm here to debunk you on all your claims. I'm here to debunk you.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're running. You're running from the debate.
Did you debunk the dead fish?
What's your problem? I'm here to debunk you. That's all you can say is about my deceased fish that passed away. You can't actually debate for shit, genuinely. That's all you can say. All you can say is that my fish passed away. That's the only thing you can use against me because you can't debate.
I'll debate you if you could spell the word deceased.
D-E-C-E-A-S-E-D. Right?
I heard an A.
No, you didn't. Replay the VOD. You did not hear it.
Disconnect. No. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I wasn't even listening to what she said. I just told her that she was wrong. So if she wasn't wrong, that's because I just told her that she was wrong. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Welcome into eSport Trump.
I'm not a Trump supporter. All I can say is, we win the war. We win the war.
Unfortunately, Santiago will be banning you. Let's go to get that next guest, Stony Tony, loaded up into the box right now. Damn, what a name, honestly. Fuck with this guy's username. Hope he's not MAGA. Hi, do you support Trump?
Blinker checkpoint game.
I will be banning you too. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest, Cam. Only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA.
What's up, Dean? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How about yourself, Cam?
Doing pretty good.
Beautiful. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
What year were you born in?
2001, December 10th.
Oh, God. And why do you support Trump?
So one, because of the abortion laws. Do you need me to say AB or?
You can say abortion.
All right. So I do support the abortion laws.
Talking about him overturning Roe v. Wade?
What do you mean?
What did you hear me say? Can you repeat what I just said?
No, I didn't hear you.
Okay. I asked you if you're talking about him overturning Roe v. Wade.
No, I'm just talking about him in general, about his abortion views.
No, you didn't say views. You said laws.
Okay. He doesn't have any like abortion laws specifically. He did say.
Oh wait, you said that you were born in 2001 and that you're 25?
Yeah, December 10th.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So I do support his like views on abortion. He did not, implement any law, but he did say that the states can determine that following the overturn of Roe v. Wade.
So you are referencing him overturning Roe v. Wade?
Sure, yeah. Also, I would like to just point out in the last guy,
Wait. You'd be 24.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Dude, what are we doing? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only up instead of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, you guys. We got the next guest, Kyle Briggs, loading up in the box. Hi, Kyle.
How's it going?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
So you're the fear of the radical left?
Yes.
Then change your profile picture because Batman would be the radical left.
I'm Batman. But I can go on.
Cringe.
Yeah, that was pretty cringe. I won't lie.
Okay.
Listen, Dean, yes, I support Trump. But I've been on, it's been a long while now, but I've been on yours for I've been on 10 times. And if you could just let go of your, and I know you're hitting your vape because you hate to hear this, but if you could just let go of your Democratic hate. I've made you laugh like so many times because I've been on different accounts. Dude, I think we could be friends. Like, let me go to Colorado. Let me get you a beer. And I'm a Trump supporter. You're a Democrat.
With me?
Maybe. Maybe.
You know, we have learned that sexual attraction does cross party lines.
Yeah. We're star-crossed lovers, my guy.
Just tell us why you support Trump, Kyle. Come on.
I am a big fan of business. I think he's a business president, but I know for a fact that I've made you laugh several times, and I know you like my sense of humor, and I like how I've made you laugh.
Listen. So,
and I don't want to be divisive at all. I don't think we should be a divided country.
Listen,
you know?
MAGA and humor. Here's a way that it works. There's not a strict contradiction between being a Trump supporter and having a sense of humor, but it is incredibly unlikely to be a Trump supporter and have a sense of humor. So you may be the needle in the haystack, but ultimately you're still in the haystack. Okay? So you're still a Trump supporter. That's what we're going to spend our time talking about on live. You said that you're a Trump supporter because of his fact that he's a businessman and you like business. Well, businesses are performing terrible under Trump. Last year, we had the worst jobs report since 2003 if we ignore recessions. Last year, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010. The worst jobs report since 2003. I guess I just went over that. We have had declining levels of business investment every single financial quarter under Trump after increasing levels of business investment every single quarter in the last 2 years of the Biden-Harris presidency. We had GDP growth go down by 1%. The growth rate in real median wages has gone down. In the last 6 months, we've added a net total of 0 jobs to the economy. In February, we actually lost 92,000, 6 standard deviations below the expectation of 161,000. For all these reasons and more, okay, like the price of gas, general inflation, the price for manufacturers going up by 3.4% in February alone, with OPEC predicting a 4.1% increase in oil prices by the end of the year. He's not good for business. He's not good for the economy. You shouldn't support him.
Can you give me like 15 seconds to charge my phone?
You do have the ability to plug your phone in while you're on live, yes.
I was also on a live one time when you put Momo on, so it's good to see Momo again.
Thank you for acknowledging the queen.
But I just think, you know, and yes, there have been some hard hits, that's for sure.
By the way, if you're curious, guys in the chat, Momo is actually reading the chats. It's because they go really, really fast on the like big computer screen that I have. So they're just like visually capturing for a cat. You know, it's almost like a little mouse like running across the screen. That's what she's looking at when she's looking in this direction. She's looking at the chat. But go ahead, please do respond to everything in which I just said.
Oh, dude, Momo loves me. I'll tell you that for sure.
I don't think Momo loves you.
You don't remember when I showed you my cat, Monster?
That was you?
Yes.
You're the monster. You're the monster
yes.
guy.
Come on, dude. I told you.
I do remember your cat monster.
Dude, just...
Okay, yeah. I do remember that. And you're actually a Trump supporter?
Yes. Come on, dude. Just let go of your Democratic hate.
I do indeed remember your cat monster. That was funny as shit. Would you please respond? I'm laughing just thinking about it.
Dude, I could formulate a compilation of the times I've been up on yours. I could put it together. You've laughed like every damn time.
I'm pretty sure that guy just wants to talk about the jokes that he's made compared to a debate on politics. So for that reason, man, I am going to move on. I do remember the cat monster. That was pretty funny. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. I'll only give us a moment to get them up here. What's up? Do you support Chop?
Yo, what's good, bro? Yes, I do.
Cringe, embarrassing, terrible, awful.
Hey,
okay. Give me a moment to thank a couple people, and I'll pass the mic off to you. Thank you so much, Brittany, for the $5 over on Chat Super. Says the queen is here. Yes, the queen is here. Thank you so much for the love, Brittany. Same thing to you, Kelly. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love and support, Kelly. That is beyond fucking kind of you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the love and support. That is Kellie. Kelly with a 20 says, it still amazes me how men say that they support Trump solely on the pro-life movement when they will never be the ones faced to make that choice.
Thank you for the roses, guys.
They're the
Thank
same
you for the
men.
roses.
Please don't interrupt me. They're the same men who don't even support programs that many of us use to support children after birth, i.e. Medicaid, SNAP benefits, etc. Absolutely, Kelly. You are right. Spot on with your analysis. Thank you so much for the 20. Then Marie, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, Marie, who says aquarium donor.
Oh my God, more roses. Thank you for the roses, guys.
I don't know why this guy's interrupting me. It's super annoying. In memory of the deceased fish, $15 to Dean and $15 to the Shed Aquarium in Chicago. So this is Marie. That's very kind of you, Marie. You certainly don't need to do that. Marie came by a while ago and matched donations for a while to the aquarium in Chicago. I wasn't convinced that she was telling the truth, but then she later updated me, and it turns out that she was. So that's, like I said, Marie, really, really kind of you. Thank you so much for the $14. And then Lexington, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's get 200 Lexington W's down below in the chat. Lexington, and by the way, it is so good to see you today. I've not heard of the Turnaway study. I'll have to take a look at that. Thank you so much for the love, Lexington. Show some love to Lexington down below in that chat. And then Megan, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal from the DNC. The Caitlin, thank you so much for the $7 as well. I really appreciate you. And with that, we're actually all caught up over on the PayPal and the chat supers. I thank everybody so much for all the love and support. No, because I have a couple more to thank over in the Venmo. On Venmo, thank you so much, Keela. I'm likely butchering your name, but that is Keela spelled Keela. Show some love to Keela down below in that chat for the $40 donation. Keela, that is beyond kind of you. That is so much money. Thank you for supporting me in the work that we do here. Please show some love to the goat Keela down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Keela with a 40 says so you could buy more Momo treats and toys. You know, I actually got her a really good treat today. A really good toy today. She loves it. Thank you so much for the $40, Keela. Shout out to you for looking out for the Momo. Fallon, thank you for the $5 as well. Trying to buy chin scratches for Momo. Well, looks like she pounced off, or else I'd give those to her. Mary, thank you so much for the $10, who says, I'm here to quote unquote debunk the rumors of this being a cult. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Mary, for the $10. And thank you for debunking the rumors. Brandon, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says Trump eats ass. Okay, Brandon. Thank you so much for the $25. Let's get 250 Brandon W's. Thank you, man. Then John, thank you so much for that $12 donation. I appreciate you. Johnny with a 5. And with that, we are all caught up. If you guys want to support me, support the show, and support the work that we do here, you have the Venmo, PayPal, Pay links, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and then handle is also at the top of the phone screen for VNP as well. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. You guys rock. Thank you. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, can I just thank a couple of donors really quick?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys, for the roses. All right, so I was watching your Emily debate. Oh my God, and it was just brain rot, honestly, on both sides, like really. And I just wanted to.
The facts and statistics were so brain rot.
We can start with the first debate that you were trying to debate her about Alex Preddy. I'll just cook you on that real quick, and then we can move on, and I can cook you on anything else.
Okay. What is the legal standard that justifies and authorizes an LEO to shoot and kill somebody? Keep in mind, you should know it because I've already debated you on Alex Preddy twice, and you just got done watching the video of me describing it.
Let me answer. He has the police officer or law enforcement officer has to reasonably believe that his life's in danger.
No.
Then what is it?
He has to reasonably believe that his life is in imminent danger of death.
Correct. Yes,
so
correct.
The word imminent there is very meaningful. But God.
Yes, correct. Okay, you don't think in that situation where the person you're trying to subdue is resisting with a loaded gun and people are yelling gun, gun, you don't think that's a situation where he could reasonably perceive that his life is an imminent threat?
Okay. Well, if we regard the Felix SCOTUS decision of 2025, it's also going to be a reasonability determined in consideration of all facts, including the fact that somebody else took his gun from him. And no, I wouldn't argue that merely resisting while being in possession of a firearm is an imminent threat. There'd have to be some actionable imminence of him attempting to reach for the firearm. But because his arms were on the ground and also being subdued by 7 other agents, there's no reasonableness to an imminent threat. No.
Well, I think Alex Preddy created the situation for someone to yell gun, gun, And when a police officer is in that situation where they have to make a split-second decision whether they gamble their life, they could be shot and killed, or they get rid of the obvious threat, which is Alex Preddy. That's a split decision that the cop had to make.
So if a cop pulls me over on a busy road, and somebody else on that busy road that's walking yells gun, 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 and that cop shoots and kills me, would they be justified?
No, because you're not resisting.
Okay.
You're just being pulled over.
Okay, sure. So let's assume that I am resisting. I'm not rolling my window down.
Yes, and you have a loaded gun. Yes.
Oh, okay. Got it. No, I actually don't have a loaded gun. Keep that in mind.
Gun.
Keep that in mind. I actually don't have a loaded gun. Because it was taken away from me. So.
But you were at the point of resistance.
Because so you're basically saying that, yeah, an officer would be justified in killing me if I did not roll my window down and some random bystanders had gone. Okay.
Well, see, I think it's very easy for you to sit there behind a desk when you don't have a job like a police officer, where he has to literally decide in gambling, taking that gamble of, okay, do I not shoot this guy and then my life's in danger and then I will die? Or do I get rid of the threat and save myself?
Yeah, well, exactly. A, that last statement hinges on the false premise being true that Alex Preddy was a threat when we know he wasn't. B, you're not a police officer either, and neither of us have undergone the extensive training required in order to become a police officer. Extensive. The training required in order to become a police officer. Not going to call it extensive. That is supposed to teach them how to deal with high-stress scenarios, such as engaging with a citizen on the streets. And then B, the Felix decision ruled once again in SCOTUS last year that we determine the objective reasonability of a shooting not based upon what we would assume a reasonable officer would do in the moment of, but rather off of the totality of the circumstances. So once again, for the last time here, because of the Felix decision, in consideration of the totality of the circumstances, Alex was not armed, nor was he reaching for a gun. The shooting would be ruled as unjust.
No, I don't believe so, because the totality of the circumstances were this guy was aggressive. He was resisting. He was impeding. First of all, he impeded first.
Yeah, I kind of reject the aggressive and resisting part. But like, regardless of that, does the totality of the circumstances include him not having a gun and him not reaching for a gun? Yes or no?
No, I believe he created the environment.
Wait, that's not what. So you're arguing that the totality of the circumstances did include him having a gun and did include him reaching for a gun?
I didn't say he reached, but he did have a gun.
Okay. So we could agree that the totality of the circumstances did not include him reaching for a gun. So now can we agree that when he was killed, the totality of the circumstances did not include him even having a gun, right?
No, it did include him having a gun, just not reaching.
In the moment that he was shot?
It doesn't matter.
It does. It absolutely does matter, because this is where the imminence of a threat comes in. Okay, right? If somebody threatened you like a week ago, but is not threatening you today, you're not justified in shooting and killing them. Not to mention that merely being in possession of a firearm is not an imminent threat in accordance with the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendments. But when that officer made the decision to shoot and kill Alex, did Alex have a gun?
Yeah, it was in the span of 30 seconds. So yeah, you can say in the moment where he was shot, yeah, he did have a gun.
So you think a moment is 30
seconds?
Not
when the first shot was fired.
Wait. You think that a moment is 30 seconds?
Yeah, it's a wrestling with the guy,
Wow.
all of that.
Wait, but the guy that shot him wasn't wrestling with him. He was actually just standing up behind everyone. A moment is not 30 seconds.
Let me put it this way.
Let me put it this way. When the officer made the decision to kill Alex,
you're just going in circles, and you're going to keep quoting.
I'm not going in circles. I'm just asking you a question that you're refusing to answer because you're not that intelligent. In the moment that the officer made the decision to shoot and kill Alex, was Alex armed?
Was Alex armed? No, he was not, but someone was yelling gun, gun, gun.
Okay, so because we could agree that in the moment he shot and killed Alex, Alex was not armed, okay, which would be considered in the totality of the circumstances, and at no point throughout the totality of the engagement did he ever attempt to reach for any firearm, which would also be made as a consideration of the totality of the circumstances. We could agree here that Alex Preddy did not report any genuine or reasonable imminent threat. And by the way, this is where you say, well, actually, no, Dean, Alex did report an imminent threat. And then you just repeat what you've already been repeating 5 times. So at this point, we're going in circles like a hamster on a wheel.
Wait.
Because you have an inability, okay, to seek truth and to track reality because this is not convenient towards your cult-like narrative.
The moment he got shot, was somebody yelling gun, gun, gun?
I don't know. If we assume that somebody was, it changes nothing in consideration.
Why
of
were they
reality of the
yelling gun, gun,
circumstances.
gun, gun? Why were they yelling gun, 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 gun?
I told you I don't know if anybody was yelling that. But even if we assume that we do, it changes nothing in consideration of the totality of the circumstances.
Okay, well, can we see the moment he got shot? Because if someone yelling gun, 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 why were they doing that? Because Alex Preddy created the environment for someone to
Alex
perceive that he
Preddy
had
was
a gun.
carrying a gun legally.
Yeah, correct. And he's
that also has
resisting
nothing to do in relevance to the creation of an imminent threat.
But why were they yelling gun, gun, gun? It's his
Because
fault they were
he
yelling that
carried a gun.
while resisting.
Okay, actually, so first and foremost, we've already went over this. This is why I said that we'd be going in circles. Merely resisting and merely being in possession of a firearm is not an imminent threat. In order for it to be an imminent
but creating
threat,
an environment
you would have
where,
to be.
hold on.
Wait, you just accepted that it wasn't an imminent threat. Oh my
Wait,
God!
yes,
you
yes.
just conceded the
Okay,
argument.
Okay. But creating the environment where the police officer can genuinely feel a reasonable threat to his life, that's his fault. That's Alex
Wait, but you just
Preddy's
agreed that he
fault.
didn't reasonably feel an imminent threat to his life because Alex Preddy wasn't reporting a reasonable.
No, I never
threat.
said that. I said
Yes, you did, because you just said
feel
that merely
an
resisting
imminent-
and being in possession of a firearm, also in consideration of the totality of the circumstances.
Yeah,
that his
you're
gun was
only
taken away
using
from him,
those
and he was-
two
and he never at least,
examples.
and he never at one point or another reached for it. There was no reasonable imminent threat.
Yeah, you're only using those two things, resisting and carrying a gun. I'm saying him creating the environment where people are yelling gun, 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 and they can
So how did he
misconstrue
create? So how
that
did
as
he
a
create the
threat.
environment?
By
For people to
resisting and carrying a
yell
gun.
gun, gun, gun. Okay, so you accept that it was because he was carrying the gun, and you accepted that that wasn't an imminent threat. Therefore, you accept that you concede.
Because that I
By the way,
accept
this
it
is the
wasn't
guy
an
that said he
imminent-
was going to cook me. This is the same guy that said he was going to cook me. How's that
You
going?
just
for
don't want to accept it. You don't want to accept.
You don't want to accept it. You don't want to accept reality. You
Let me ask
admitted
you this.
that
Let me
merely
ask you this.
resisting. No. Let me tell you this. You're the one that doesn't want to accept it. You're the one that doesn't want to accept reality because you admitted that merely resisting while merely being in possession of a firearm is not an imminent threat. You said, yes, Dean, that's right. But then you said that the reason why it's justified is because he created the environment for somebody to yell gun, 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 gun. But then I asked you how he
That was all
created
his
that
fault.
environment. And then you said by merely being in possession of a firearm, which is a thing
While
we
resisting,
agreed
while
does not
resisting.
amount to an imminent threat. Yes, exactly.
Those two things
That's not a
combined.
thing that amounted to a reasonable imminent threat, and you agreed to that.
Let me ask you this.
No,
If I
let
have
me
a-
let me respond to what I
Wait,
said.
wait,
You
wait, no,
agreed
no, no,
that
no,
merely
no, wait,
resisting
wait,
and being in
wait,
possession of a
let me talk.
firearm is not a reasonably imminent threat.
If I have a fake water gun that looks real and I go up to and aim it at a law enforcement officer and he shoots me, is that justified?
Yes.
Why? If it's just a water gun, the officer was never at risk of his life at all.
Because it looks like a real gun. Therefore, it looks like a reasonable
Okay.
imminent threat.
But he was never at risk for his life.
Do you know what the difference is between a reasonable imminent threat and an actual imminent threat?
Explain to me.
The difference between a reasonable imminent threat and an actual imminent threat is a reasonable imminent threat is something in which a reasonable person would assume to be an imminent threat.
And how do you know this
Meanwhile,
wasn't
an
reasonable in the cop's head?
One moment. Meanwhile, an actual imminent threat is one in what actually is an imminent threat, regardless of what anybody thinks. And then you just asked us here, well, how do we know that this wasn't a reasonable imminent threat within the cop's head? Well, the standard of reasonability is not being evaluated in consideration to the mental faculties of the officer that shot and killed him. The standard of reasonable ability is being evaluated in consideration to the true measure of reality. So the reason why we'd argue here that it's not in consideration of all facts a reasonable threat is because the gun was taken away from him before he was shot. He actually never even reached for the gun when he had it on him. And we both agreed that merely resisting and merely being in possession of a firearm does not amount to an imminent threat.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, bro. That's your opinion. He created the environment for the officer to reasonably believe.
But you told me that the way that he created that environment is by doing something that, in both of our opinions, does not amount to a reasonable imminent threat. So it's like, by the way, I just want to point out that you came up here telling me that you're going to cook me. Exactly. You told me you're going to cook me. But now the argument here that you're using to cook me is just saying that we have a difference of opinion.
And then just mute me. That's all you do.
And the reason why the aiming the fake gun thing doesn't work in the circumstance is because Alex Preddy never touched his gun.
That is just aiming a fake gun at a cop is just as stupid as resisting with a loaded gun. It's
Well,
literally on the same exact level as stupid.
So, the difference here is that one is a reasonable imminent threat and one is not a reasonable imminent threat, and we both agree.
No, it's not. No. It's a reasonable imminent threat when the person you're trying to subdue is being aggressive with a loaded gun.
Wait, how is he? Wait, how is he? So how is he resisting and being aggressive in the moment that he was shot?
There's 4 people trying to put him to the ground, telling him to get on the ground, and he's not.
Okay, can you play me? Could you play me a clip of them saying "get on the ground"? Oh, also, where was he shot? When he was on the ground, right?
Yeah, you.
Oh wait, so you just accepted that he was shot while he was on the ground, so he did get on the ground.
Yeah, but not the way you're supposed to. And
here's wait. He got on the ground the wrong way, but then after he was on the ground,
oh
he was
my
shot.
God, you just love believing.
So now you're just
so
now you're basically telling me from your perspective.
Right.
Now you're basically telling me from your perspective that he did comply. He just simply complied the wrong way. What does it mean to comply the wrong way?
No, he didn't comply. He impeded.
But you just told me that he did get on the ground.
You know what's complying?
Wait,
I'll bring
sir.
it back to your
you
argument
just told me that he
Emily.
did get on the ground. You can't argue that he didn't comply because you just told me that he did get on the ground.
You know what complying would be? I'll bring it back to the argument with Emily. Kyle Rittenhouse would be complying.
Now you're gonna pivot away. Got it. Yeah.
No, because I'm telling you that's what complying is. Putting your hands up.
Wait, but these are 2 different scenarios in 2 different places at 2 different times that have absolutely no relevance to one another in the sense of evaluating what compliance looks like and what compliance doesn't look like. If you want to make an argument that Alex Preddy was not complying, okay, then you would make no reference to somebody like Kyle Rittenhouse. And compliance is only relevant insofar as you actually complying with lawful orders. Can you give me any evidence that they gave him a lawful order to put his hands up?
Yes, he impeded. So if law enforcement is tackling you to the ground, you might want to comply.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. The evidence that they gave him a lawful order to put his hands up was them tackling him to the ground?
But dude, this is common sense.
Wait. The evidence that the officers gave him a lawful order to put his hands up is quote unquote common sense.
So you're telling me he did nothing wrong?
No, I'm not telling you. I'm telling you I want you to answer to my question. Are you affirming that the proposition is true that the evidence the agents gave him a lawful order to put his hands up is quote unquote common sense?
Yes, it's common sense.
Oh my God, you are legit a rock, bro. Holy shit!
So I never
thought that common sense would be appealed to like justify that somebody said something. You're arguing here that we know they gave by the way, this whole interaction is recorded on video with audio. And you're not appealing to the audio of the engagement to substantiate the claim that they audibly told him to put his hands up.
Why don't you play it? Why don't you play it?
So therefore, but the evidence is rather only common sense, even though we have it on video and audio.
Why don't you play it? Let's see it. Let's see the video.
Well, I can't show you the video because of TikTok terms of service, but if you want to pull it up on a second device and tell me the moment to pause, I'll be happy to do so. But it'd actually be your burden to proof, so that's great. Keep in mind that, once again, I just want to affirm that you're trying to justify the proposition that they gave him a lawful order to put his hands up. Even though we have this on audio and video, you're not appealing to the audio nor video to justify that they gave him a lawful order to put his hands up. You're just appealing to common sense. You know what? You're wrong, and I have evidence that you're wrong. Would you like to know what it is?
Yeah, sure.
Common sense. Where do we go from here? If we're both appealing to common sense, and where do we go from here?
So you're telling me Alex Preddy did nothing wrong?
I'm telling you that Alex Preddy did not purport an imminent threat that justified the LAUs in shooting and killing him. Idiot.
You can't say that. You don't know that. You're not the cop in that instance where you're trying to seduce someone with a loaded weapon.
A standard of reasonability.
You just can't say it.
A standard of reasonability is not met via the mental states of the cop that engaged in the shooting. The standard of reasonability is met in a more objective sense of a true measure of reality and what is actually reasonable or unreasonable in consideration of the totality of the circumstances, per the Felix Godis ruling from 2025.
Yeah, but you're assuming that the cop has to be correct in his perception of a threat. He doesn't have to be correct for this to be justified.
So
he just has to reasonably believe
he has to be reasonable.
That his life was.
He has to be reasonable. And what I'm disputing here is that it wasn't reasonable.
Common sense would show you that this is reasonable.
So you're appealing the evidence that it was reasonable is common sense, yet the evidence that it wasn't reasonable is the fact that he was on all ground, on all four, with 7 men pinning him down with a gun that was taken from his waistband 30 seconds before he was shot and killed. Meanwhile, throughout the totality of the engagement, he never reached for his gun. So do you understand here how I have evidence and you don't?
No, you don't have evidence. You have court
Says the guy that
rulings
argued
about
your
certain
evidence is
things.
literally common sense to the guy that gave 4
Then how
different
come
data
he's not
points
in
in
jail then? How
justification of
come
his
he's not in
view.
jail?
One moment. In justification of his view.
Repeat the question.
So you argued that I don't have evidence. Okay, then I said in response, says the guy that appealed to quote unquote common sense as the only evidence of his view to the guy that gave 4 different distinct data points in justification that you are wrong. That is a projection.
I don't know what
sir.
the question where I answer is common sense. What I was trying to say is common sense.
Yeah,
that
because
when
you're
law
not even tracking.
enforcement-
Yes,
Wait,
exactly.
wait,
You don't
let
even
me
know when
talk.
you said.
don't let-
You don't even know when you said common sense. You can't even recall the fact that when I asked you for
You
evidence
don't
that it
let
was
me talk.
reasonably justified, you said common sense because you don't know what you're saying because you're not thinking about what you're saying before you say it, which is exactly why you're being so absurdly ridiculous in the arguments you're making.
How come I can't mute you, but you just mute me constantly?
Well,
But anyways,
because
when-
you're the jackass I'm not. I don't know.
When I
ahead.
say common sense is if you have law enforcement giving you lawful orders to get subdued, you have to listen, bro. You have to. That's common sense. You
What
have to
lawful
listen.
orders was he given?
I can't remember the video, bro, but I'm pretty sure
Then
they
how do you
told
know
him
he was
to get
given
on the
lawful
ground.
orders?
Okay, I guess we'll never know then. We'll
Okay,
just
so
have
then
to
we never
rewatch
know
the
if he was
video.
given lawful orders. Therefore, we'll never know if he resisted because in order to resist, you
Well,
have to be given
considering
lawful
that
orders.
4 ICE agents were trying to subdue
Wait,
him.
one second. Do you agree that in order to resist, you have to be given a lawful order?
In order to resist, yeah, common sense would show that ICE agents.
Wait,
trying
so
to pin
I
you
just I don't
down,
want
it's
a bunch of
order.
words. I just want a yes or no. In order to resist, you must first be given
No, that's
a
a trick
lawful order,
question.
right?
I'm not gonna fall for your stupid tricks, bro.
So you're not going to
I'm not
answer the
gonna fall for
question?
this.
Okay, then you lose the debate. Just
No, I
If
don't-
you're not going to answer a relevant question to the debate, then you lose the debate.
You answer my question. Did Alex Preddy do
Exactly.
anything wrong?
Pivot. First and foremost, that question is actually irrelevant to the debate because we're not trying to evaluate if Alex Preddy did anything wrong. Our goal here is to evaluate if Alex Preddy purported a genuine, reasonable threat to the lives of the LEOs. Okay? But B, I actually already did answer that question by giving you the answer in which I just provided. And then C, you're still evading the irrelevant question that I asked you. Once again, that relevant question is, okay, in order to resist, you first have to be given a lawful order.
Dude, I'm not even talking and I keep getting muted. Like, I don't understand. But
in order to
anyways, we're
resist, you
just-
first have to be given a lawful order. Yes or no?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. What do you mean
The
by that?
presence of the police officer trying to pin you down should be common sense enough for you to realize that that's an order.
Okay, so then you accept that they didn't give him any lawful orders and they rather just pinned him down.
I don't know. I would have to see the video again. I would assume that they did.
So
give him
if you don't
plenty.
if you don't know if they gave him lawful orders, then you don't know if he was resisting a lawful order.
Well, I know he was resisting officers trying to
What
pin
was
him
he
down.
resisting?
Yeah.
What was he
Officers trying
resisting?
to pin him down.
Okay, how do you know
Officers
that he
trying to
was
pin him down.
resisting officers trying to pin him down?
Because it took 3 of them to actually get him on the ground and
How
hold
do
him
you
down.
Wait, how do you know that if he wasn't to resist, 3 men wouldn't have jumped on top of him?
Because if he put his hands up and said, "I'm sorry, officer, here you go, take me," like, it's so easy to comply, bro. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
Exactly. You don't have an explanation there. Why did you didn't answer the question? You just pivoted to saying it's so easy to comply. You don't know that if he quote unquote complied, then he wouldn't have had 3 men hopping on top of him. Therefore, you don't know that he was resisting because he had 3 men hopping on top of him. Therefore, because you don't know that he was resisting because he had 3 men that hopped on top of him, and you don't know that he was resisting a lawful order because you don't know that he was given a lawful order, this would amount to the cumulative conclusion that you don't know he was resisting. So because we've now agreed on the cumulative conclusion that we don't know Alex Preddy was resisting, then what is the argument that he was reasonably killed? This guy said he was going to cook me. I'll just keep on laughing at that. This loser said he was going to cook me.
Yeah, you keep muting me, dude, in the middle of my answer. Like, what is that about? I'm literally answering and you just mute me.
No, actually, you weren't answering because you started to answer, but
Yes,
then you understood
I
that you were
misspoke.
waffling.
I misspoke.
And then you started saying, "Oh, it's just so easy to comply." Saying it is so easy to comply is not answering the question. How do you know that if he were to quote unquote comply, he wouldn't have been dogpiled by 3 dudes?
Prime example, Kyle Rittenhouse. Why didn't he get shot by police?
Wait, so you're saying that because the police, not ICE, the police who are trained to a higher extent responded to Kyle Rittenhouse differently than ICE responded to Alex Preddy, therefore Alex Preddy must have been resisting. That doesn't follow.
Yeah, there's two completely different actions by the individuals. You saw Kyle Rittenhouse putting his hands up, following every single order to a T that police is giving.
Wait, so
versus
but
Alex
you argue
Preddy
that he didn't follow
impeding,
every single
resisting
order.
with a loaded gun.
But once again, we've already disputed your claim that you know he didn't follow orders because you don't know he was given orders.
Do you think if a cop walked up to Kyle Rittenhouse would have resisted?
Wait, respond to what I just said. You keep on re-suggesting that Alex Preddy was resisting, but I keep on telling you otherwise. You don't know that he was resisting lawful orders because you don't know that he was given lawful orders.
Wait, didn't he get maced?
Yes, that was the first thing that they did to him.
So don't you think an officer macing you, it's not giving you an order to get on the ground and like stop?
Wait, getting actually yes. Getting maced is not being given a lawful order.
Okay, I think it is. If
Wait, what lawful orders are being given? What lawful orders being given? What lawful orders being given when you're getting maced?
Is giving, I'm trying to detain you, don't move and let me detain you. That's the order it's giving.
Wait, what court has ruled that?
Oh my god.
No courts have ruled that. That is just your subjective opinion as a MAGA cultist.
Bro, I win the argument.
Yes. Those that declare their victory actually did win. Absolutely. Did you know that if you have to declare that you won, you likely lost?
We'll just post this on the internet and see who wins.
Yeah, do you know that if you have to declare that you won, you likely lost? Especially when you're making the declaration of a win in response to a question that proves your view to be false. Dean says, what court ruled that getting maced is a lawful order? Guest says, I don't know, but I win the debate. Let's move on. Yeah, we could both laugh at your stupidity together.
So did he do anything wrong that contributed to the fact of him getting killed or no?
Him doing things wrong is not relevant to the discussion. Was it murder or was it not murder?
Did he contribute to him getting killed?
I refuse to answer irrelevant questions, given that I could explain why they're irrelevant
But
questions.
I'm supposed to answer your question.
If you could genuinely explain why a question that I ask you is irrelevant, you don't have to answer it. And I'll do that now. I refuse to answer the question, did Alex Preddy do anything wrong? Because the debate is not about if Alex Preddy did anything wrong. The debate is rather about, was Alex Preddy murdered? And doing things that are wrong are not relevant to an LEO being justified in killing you unless the things in which you are doing that are wrong are purporting a reasonable imminent threat of death to the LEOs. So the reason why I'm refusing to answer the question is because the evaluative standard is not any wrongness, but rather wrongness that is indicative and points towards the conclusion of a reasonable threat of death. Now, we know that there was no reasonable threat of death, okay? Because we don't know that he was resisting. His gun was taken from him before he was killed. He never reached for his gun, and he was on the ground. So in consideration of all these facts, you're wrong, and your question was irrelevant.
But with all that, you'll never know how the cop felt at the moment, and he felt an imminent threat to his life. So he had to either risk getting killed or
you just contradicted yourself,
which he perceived.
You just contradicted
to be
yourself.
An imminent threat.
You just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
Said, yes, you did. The contradiction was that you said we'll never know how the cop felt, but we know that the cop felt an imminent threat. If we know that the cop felt an imminent threat, then it is not true that we will never know what the cop felt.
I think we know how he felt because someone yelled gun, gun, while someone armed that was trying to be subdued.
But you just said
resisting.
that we'll never know how the cop felt.
Yeah, and that's why I think it should go to court, and court should deal with all this.
But you just said that we know how the cop felt.
Well, because I'm not.
But you just said that we don't know how the cop felt. Is that a contradiction? You're simultaneously arguing that we don't know how the cop felt while also arguing that we do know how the cop felt. Is that contradictory?
Yes, we don't know how he felt, but
you just said that we do know how he felt.
Considering all of the circumstances, I'm assuming that he felt threatened.
Oh, wait, so you do know how he felt?
No, I'm assuming it.
Okay, so it's a baseless assumption, therefore we don't know how he felt.
Considering all the circumstances, it points to him feeling threatened, yes.
Okay, that's an argument for that we know how he felt?
I just said we don't technically know how he felt.
Okay, so then the argument fails because we don't know how he felt.
No, we can assume that he felt
So
threatened.
then we do. So then you're arguing that we do know how he felt. Which one is it?
No, you're being black and white. This is not what I'm talking about.
Wait, because it is
You're being
either true.
disingenuous.
Wait. It is either true that we know how the cop felt, or it is false
We can
that we know how
assume
the cop
that
felt.
he felt that way.
Is an assumption of how he felt rooted within reasonable fact?
Is this assumption fact? I don't know if an assumption's fact.
So then you don't know how he felt.
Dude, this is like mind games you love to play to win arguments. It's ridiculous.
Wait, so you admit that I'm winning the argument?
You're not making any sense.
Okay, I'm not making any sense because you're dumb.
I just told you we don't know how he felt. We don't know how.
Oh God, bro, why does he do that to himself? He comes up here like, I don't know, every couple weeks, gets clowned on, then leaves. Now, guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. We got the directing people off platform flag again. Womp womp. I was even using code words and everything, and we still got the directing off platform flag. Before we restarted, you just want to thank a couple people. Cool Ken, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love and support, Cool Ken. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Ken down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Ken. Ken with the $50 says, I'm so proud of you. You've earned it, dude. 4-0, you, Parker, and Santana are so important for my sanity. I'm really happy that we've been able to help you out, and I appreciate you for being here, and thank you so much for supporting this stream, Ken. One thing that I do want to say to all the people watching over on YouTube is if you want to donate and support the stream, I would highly recommend supporting through Venmo and PayPal compared to Super Chat, because Super Chat inevitably takes 30 to 66%. Meanwhile, I get 100% of all the proceeds on Venmo and PayPal. As well as if you do want to support me and the stream, you could generally find the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. As well as in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream, and the handle for the VNP that stands for Venmo and PayPal is also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. And I really do appreciate absolutely everybody who's been tuning in and supporting. That is a great way to support what we do. It's also a great way just to get a message across, ask a question, so on and so forth. With that being said, I am just going to quickly thank a couple people, and then we'll move on to the next debate. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Rebecca, for the $5. It says, I watch you every day. You get me through work. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in, Rebecca. Lars, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo, who says he was at a protest, maybe a protest. Chester was a warning. Alex of the Agent's gun. Really good call out, Lars. Thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. And then Carissa, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Carissa. That is Karissa. Carissa, you are awesome. Carissa with the $50 says you were straight up cooking everybody today. You are so awesome. Keep up the good work. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Carissa, so much for your unbelievable kindness. Show some love to Carissa down below in that comment section. Like I say every day, Carissa, because you are always supporting what we do here. Thank you so much for the love. Beyond kind of you, seriously. Kyle, thank you for the $10, who says, as a man who has to walk around as a security guard with a gun, and just because he has a gun does not mean he's a threat. Even if you resist, you're not allowed to shoot somebody because you're scared fifis. Absolutely right, Kyle. Fasi, thank you so much for the $13. I have tried some international food. It does sound good. Thank you so much for the $13, Fasi. Then Tyler, thank you for the $10, who says, rather be a smartass than a dumbass. Happy Friday. Oh, that's a good one, Tyler. I'll have to pull that one. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support on Venmo. On PayPal, thank you so much, Lexington, for the $5. Danian, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Mia, thank you for the $5. Cody, thank you for the $5. Shayam with the $5, and then Christian with the $5. Thank you. We are all caught up. Then once again over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Virginia with the $10, who says, would caller be scared as a witness of a scary man being held down by two people, arms pinned, or would it just be too scary? Yeah, man, that would be a terrible situation to be in. Appreciate you for the 10. Maddie Nicole, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says it's crazy how far the quote-unquote pro-life party will go to defend murder. It's almost like they aren't pro-life but pro-control. Fucking say it louder for those in the back. Nicole, thank you so much for the $10 and the complete truth nuke. For everybody watching on TikTok, it is unfortunately that time of the day again where we have to do the restart for no fucking reason at all because TikTok is suppressing our stream. Here's how to come back following the restart. This is really important. Hit that follow button. It's in the top left-hand corner of that phone screen. Then you'll be able to find the live stream on your following list. Alternatively, once the stream ends, it'll say live has ended. It will show you my account. You click on my account. Oh, Mama was being so cute. She's like literally laying on my arm. You click on my account. Oh, look at her. and then like count to like 10 or so, refresh the page, click into the new live. And with that, I will see you all in like 5 seconds. We're going to go and hit that restart right now. Oh, Mom was really being cute, you guys. She's really being adorable right now. I cannot lie. She is being so fucking cute, dude. Dude, she's being so cute, man. Welcome back in, everybody. Welcome back in from the restart. How are we doing, folks? How are we doing? Welcome back into the stream. Welcome back into the stream, you guys. Welcome back in. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Make sure that you were double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, saying what's good down below in that comment section. Like I just said, I appreciate everyone so much for joining. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, folks, we're honestly just going to hop right back into those debates. So go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, and we'll have you up here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Please do follow the rules. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA in order to join. Let's try to get that first guest connected right now. Hey,
Hello.
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I am 20.
What year were you born in?
2006.
And why do you support Trump?
Because I feel like he's a better president.
What month were you born in?
I was born in February.
Okay. And yeah, why do you quote unquote feel like Trump is a good president?
Because I think ICE and abortion is reasonable.
Abortion is, do you mean banning abortion?
No, I actually think abortion is good. I mean bad. Because
okay, we have to be very
think...
clear on our terms here. We got to be
Sorry.
very clear on our terms. So so you're going to say that abortion is bad. That's what you mean to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that it should be like banned legally, or do you just morally think it's wrong?
I think that maybe if you got raped, but like just to keep doing it over and over again.
Okay, so people should be like legally allowed like one abortion, and then they should be cut off at two, or where does the line? Where do you draw the line?
It just like depends, you know?
Depends on what?
Like, if you fuck around, you find out. Like, that's what I, like, you know what I mean?
I don't. That's why I'm asking you for clarification.
Like, let's just say you had sex with your boyfriend without protection.
Okay.
And then you want an abortion.
So what if it was with protection, yet the woman still gets pregnant?
And that's their own fault.
Okay. So you're arguing here that they shouldn't be able to get an abortion because they engaged in the action that led to the pregnancy. So therefore, they have an obligation to deal with the outcome?
Mm-hmm.
So if I engage in the action of smoking a cigarette, which then yields the outcome of lung cancer, should I have an obligation to deal with that lung cancer and like suck it up? Or should I be able to go to a medical health professional and get chemotherapy to kill the life of the lung cancer?
Well, if you are smoking, then you should know what comes to you.
So I shouldn't legally be allowed to access health resources to kill the cancer?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that you're trolling, so I'm going to kick you. I do hope that you have a good rest of your day, but don't troll in the future. Let's go to get the next guest, Maria, loaded up into the box, you guys. Like I said, make sure that we're following rules, the rules of the stream if you happen to be inside of that queue. You have to be at least 18, you got to be American, and you got to be an adult. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. Well, why are you so embarrassing?
What?
Why are you embarrassing? Why do you support Trump?
I support him because, kind of like the other guests, but I think abortion is morally wrong.
Are you American?
Yes, I am. I just didn't grow up in America.
Do you live in America now?
Yes.
What time is it?
It's 5:55. I'm in
What state-
California.
What's the capital of Cali?
I'm in San Diego right now. Well, San Diego.
What's the capital of California?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Is San Diego in Central California, Northern California, or Southern California?
It's in Southern, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I think the pretty sure there is what sells the bit. Rami, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you. If you were in if you were in Southern California, you would know that you're in Southern California? I just want to clarify that, you guys. You wouldn't be pretty sure you're in Southern California. You would know that you're in Southern California. You know, like, for instance, I'm in Colorado. So I'm not pretty sure I live somewhere near the middle of America. I know I live somewhere near the middle of America. You know?
Also, it never rains in Southern California. So, you know, there's that. That's a reference for my old R&B hip-hop heads.
How you doing, Satana?
Good. I've been listening in. It's been an interesting day for you.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose my steam now, but I mean, I think I've been going pretty hard for the last couple hours on these fools.
Yeah. I mean, the last guy that came up, he was so confident, and then, you know, declaring that he won, even though he wouldn't answer a question. No! That's interesting.
I pressed cancel.
So real. Woods, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
You hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
22.
God, why do you support the worst president of your life?
I don't think he's the worst president. Honestly, I think Biden could be the worst president.
Okay, so if Biden was the worst president, clearly he had some pretty bad policy, right?
I would say some of the things I did not support.
What is the worst policy that Biden passed?
Well, I'm not sure. Here. Go ahead. I got a buddy here. He's a big Trump supporter, and he wants to debate.
Okay, you're phoning a friend. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he's a goddamn nigger supporter.
So that would be Woods 05 from Ohio. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, you guys. We got Melissa loaded up into the box. We are just going to go ahead and go over the rules one more time so everybody knows exactly what they are. In order to join the live, you guys, you have to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. Those rules are necessary. They're not optional. If you break them, you will be banned. If you break them, you will be banned. We're going to try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Also, you guys, like I said, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Share out that live with a handful of friends. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey. My dad does, and he wants to debate you. He's outside. Could I have like 2 seconds to go get him?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Thanks. Dean Withers? Dad, Dean Withers is on live. He wants to debate. Yeah.
I love how they say your entire
Hello.
name.
Yeah. Hi. While I understand that your daughter just kind of passed the mic off to you to quickly describe to you what we do, I run a 4-hour daily live stream. Maybe you'd be more familiar with the concept of a call-in radio show. That's essentially what we do. And this quote-unquote call-in radio show is built around me talking to Trump supporters. I'm not a Trump supporter. I think that Trump is the worst president of your life, my life, the lives of every human alive. That's what we have conversations about. If you want to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, I'd love to have that convo with you.
Well, I think he's done some really good things.
No, I'm out of here. Wow. No, we don't
I think
he's a beast.
that's my wife. Don't believe that. Don't believe everything you hear.
Oh, so the wife hates Trump.
Yep.
But you don't hate Trump. You support him.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see if I could do something constructive here for the family, sir. I'm going to try to change your mind. You know what? How about I just take the most direct train or line of argumentation that is most likely to change your mind. I have one argument that I could run in less than 3 minutes that I've been able to use to change the minds of hundreds of people. Would you like to know what that one argument is?
Absolutely.
Okay. First question. Do you accept that sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
I do.
If Donald Trump was guilty of sexual exploitation and you knew it for sure, would you still support him as president?
No.
Do you accept that an example of sexual exploitation or to take advantage of somebody sexually would be for a man in a position of power that owns a business to barge into the woman's dressing room inside of his business to then unconsensually look at the naked women inside?
I do agree that would be the case.
So in other words, if Donald Trump was a man who owned a business and he abused that position of power to barge into the dressing rooms inside of that business to look at the naked women inside, then you would accept that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation, given that I could prove it, and you would no longer be a Trump supporter.
I would give you that.
Okay. Here's my proof that Donald Trump has done exactly this. And I know that my proof is very compelling because it's Donald Trump admitting to it. This is Donald Trump on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005.
You could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
I have one more thing to share with you. This is Tasha Dixon, who is one of the women that he was talking about inside of that clip. Tasha Dixon was Miss Arizona for Miss USA, a beauty pageant that Donald Trump owned in 2001.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has
Okay. So now that I've played you a clip of Donald Trump admitting to barging into the dressing rooms of the women at the business he owned and then looking at them while they were naked, we know they were naked because he said there was no clothes on, and then giving you a corroborating account from one of the women inside of these dressing rooms, have I effectively proven to you that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation?
Yeah, I think you have.
And given our prior agreement, before I showed you that proof, that you would stop supporting Trump as president, given that he was guilty of sexual exploitation, do you still consider yourself a Trump supporter?
I don't think so.
What's your name? If you don't want to share, that's fine.
Billy.
Do you say Billy?
Yeah.
Billy, go share the news with your daughter and wife. I really appreciate you so much for joining, and I hope you have a great rest of your night, okay?
You too. America.
America. Let's go.
Not you coming out the gate with the howitzer. Like, I didn't expect that you were just going to cut right through it, and excellent touch adding that second clip on.
Yeah, that's how to fucking do it, okay? When I have, like, a very specific prerogative in mind, like, I heard his wife in the background say, "Oh my God, he sucks," and then she ran off. That's what I was like, okay, I know that these people have been trying to change this dude's mind for years. I'm just going to go for the kill shot. And I'm really, 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 really happy that Billy is one of the more reasonable men, because there has been plenty of men who have come up on my live, have listened to that clip, and not had it change a damn thing. So I don't even want to take the credit there. The credit belongs to Billy. And folks, Billy can't really lie about that. At least he'd have a hard time with it because his daughter was sitting right there. Okay.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But we could only hope.
I think the fact that like his wife and his daughter had a negative disposition, and you went to something that obviously you could tell that he cared about his wife and his daughter from the way that he was responding towards them, and pressing that button and exposing Trump for what he did there, like just the right moment, right time, and just shut it down.
Yeah. We could only hope that, he was being genuine. But I really hope that he was. If he was, huge shout out to him. I think that's awesome. And what is likely the case is he recognizes that in accordance with his values, he should stop supporting Trump as president. But likely isn't able to change his mind in less than 30 seconds. But the fact that he could still recognize that logically, in accordance with his values, he shouldn't be a Trump supporter is what really matters.
Excuse me. I think it was something that will actually end up being a positive. I think that'll be a win. I think that'll be a long-term win. So
long-term win. That's a good way to refer to it. Long-term win. 100p. All right, guys. Well, fuck. That's good. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Sick. Only up inside of this. Super sick. Only up inside of that box if you happen to be MAGA. I guess we're changing minds tonight. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. Nice. We got Kirsch B loading up. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Kirsch B? Okay, clearly they're not here, so we're going to go to kick them out. Move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to actually be a Trump supporter. Make sure that you're also double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live with a handful of friends, guys. Really helps that live shoot out to more people, so hopefully we'll be able to get them in there. Because of the cohort of bans today, the algorithm isn't really pushing our stream out, but hopefully we're still able to find MAGA. And Tina, thank you so much for the
just accepted me as a guest request on his live.
I appreciate you, Tina. Thank you so much, Tina. Isabel, hi. Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Hi. Do you support Trump?
Oh my gosh. No, I don't. I love you.
Well, I appreciate you so much for the kindness. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Who is next? We got Victoria loading up. Hi, Victoria. Do you support Trump?
Hello, yes.
How old are you?
21.
Okay, 21. Perfect. What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay. I'm going to go to thank a couple people real quick. Well, actually, first, what month?
What month? Oh, February.
Okay. Well, yeah. Happy late birthday. But I'm going to go thank a couple people real quick. And then I'll pass you the mic. First and foremost, Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Carrie, my God, thank you so much for that love and support. I want to see 500 Carrie W's down below. Thank you so very much, Carrie. That is beyond kind of you. Seriously, $50 is a shit ton of money. Carrie with the $50 on PayPal says, for Billy, one less is a great day. I know, look at that. One less is awesome. And think about all the minds that changed just listening into that conversation. Thank you so much, Carrie. That's actually the one thing that I'll ask all the Trump supporters watching is when I'm like asking questions inside of an argument to try to change a Trump supporter's mind that's connected to the live, you should also answer the questions yourself. Because if you happen to give the same answers to the questions that the guest gives and then I change the guest's mind, what does that mean for you? You know what I mean? Medina, thank you for the $5 over as well. He says, as a fellow cat lover, I love it when I get to see your cat. Well, hopefully you could see Momo. She's kind of hiding off screen. Mary, thank you for the $5. Who says, love what you do. You're a bright young man. Thank you, Mary. Samantha, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Very, very kind. Thank you so much. You guys are all awesome. Show some love to all of our donors. I think that we also have a couple people over in Venmo real quick. So I do just want to thank them momentarily before we hop into the next debate with Victoria. Thank you so much, Mad Daddy, for the $20 on Venmo. Shout out to Mad Daddy, folks. Thank you so much for that love. Thank you so much, Mad. We're going to call you Mad. Thank you for the $20 who says, great poll on that old MAGA mind. Nice work as always. Well, thank you so much. Nicole, thank you for the $1. Hell yes. Voting midterms, Nicole. And then Rebecca, thank you so much for the $10. And then one last here from John. John, thank you for the $20 donation. Let's also get 200 John W's. John says, here's a reward for changing his mind. Thank you, John. if you're watching, you want to support me, you want to support what we do, the streams, and allow us to continue to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere, and the handles also at the top of the phone screen. I appreciate you guys so much for all the continued love. Take it away, Victoria. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so I didn't grow up very political, but I wasn't very invested in politics. But my sister, she is a very heavy Trump supporter still, and she says whenever anyone gives anyone shows any videos or anything on why they shouldn't support Trump, she says it's always fake, excuse me, and she says that not to believe anyone until they can actually give proof that he's actually done half the things that they say that he does. Like, people say that he's racist and that he all that kind of stuff, but I just haven't seen anything that actually corroborates with any of that.
Okay, so you support Trump because your sister's MAGA and you haven't seen evidence that he's racist.
Yeah, or that he does half the things that people accuse him of.
Okay, well, this still doesn't mean that you should support him. I could give you a shit ton of evidence that he's racist. For instance, he was sued in 1977, for violating the Civil Rights Act and not renting to black people at his properties. Depicted the Obamas as monkeys, said Obama wasn't born here because of the color of his skin, Central Park 5, allowing the racial profiling of immigrants, about a billion other things. But this doesn't matter right now, and the reason why I say that is because even if he wasn't racist, that doesn't mean that you should support him as president.
Well, I also feel like that the Democrats, I know some stuff about them. I just think that they're all corporate buyouts. I feel like that's not a very reliable party to be involved with.
The corporate buyouts? Okay, well, Republicans take more from lobbyists and corporations than the left. Not saying that the left doesn't, just saying that the right takes it more. And then B, who's better for corporations? The answer to that question is clearly the right.
And I should
actually rephrase my statement there, because better for corporations isn't enough. Better for the rich billionaires that own the corporations. There we go.
Well, I also feel like when Biden was in office that he didn't focus on the main issues. I feel like the Democrats, they focus more on what people would rather them focus on, the LGBTQ community, rather than global warming or any of the bigger, more pressing issues.
Donald Trump doesn't believe that global warming exists and doesn't support the LGBTQ plus community. The left believes that global warming exists, pushes for advancements in renewable energy resources and reductions in carbon emissions through things such as carbon taxes, and simultaneously supports the LGBTQ plus community. Clearly, the left is preferable to the right.
Well, I do know that he said he doesn't think global warming exists because, back then, they didn't have a lot to show really about that, but now the polar ice caps are melting and stuff, and there's a lot more viruses coming out from that maybe his opinion on that would be rephrased, but he hasn't really spoke up about it
He
since
said that
then.
during his first term. He said the planet was going to start cooling, and climate scientists just don't know it yet.
And that's also his position as of the start of his second term. That was confirmed with the congressional appointments to his head of the EIA.
He doesn't know that it hasn't started to cool because that's really easy to find out.
No, he said the Earth is going to start to cool.
Oh, but it hasn't.
No, that's what he's saying, that climate scientists doesn't know that the Earth is going to start to cool. He says that he believes that.
That sounds kind of stupid.
Exactly.
Yes.
To be honest.
He is stupid.
That's half of the stupid stuff that he says, but more than the stupid stuff that he says, he does even more stupid stuff, like actually cutting funding research for not only global for climate change, pulling us out of the WHO, the Paris Climate Accords, cutting funding for U.S. aid, all of these, the deregulation, including, hey, did you know it's the Supreme Court allowed a ruling where there's now an acceptable amount of poop in your water?
Yes, I heard about that.
Yeah, that was because the conservative Supreme Court, which Donald Trump appointed 3 of those conservative Supreme Court justices. So, like, all of these things are directly spearheaded by Trump and his ideology.
But if he has said all that stuff about and like undermining global warming scientists, then I can't support him for that because if he just sounds really uneducated based off of just that.
Cool, dude. Awesome. Happy that we could help you change your mind, and we hope that you have a good rest of your day. Okay, Victoria?
All right. But Dean, one more thing.
What?
So my daughter, she is into politics, but she's a really big fan of you, and I just wanted to let you know that.
Oh, well, that's
Have a good
awesome.
day, Dean.
Yeah, please tell her that I said what's up and that, she's awesome. Shout out to your daughter. You take care, Victoria.
You too.
Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Rennie Pooh. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and repeat what I said earlier, guys. Make sure that your daughter... I won't comment on that. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Rennie Pooh, hello? We're gonna go to move on to the next guest, you guys. I would actually prefer if the chat didn't comment on that either. I mean, I feel like that's just none of our business. That's just not our business, folks. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got the blonde Barbie connecting. Here we go, you guys. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Hi, do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to request.
No worries, you take care, okay? Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Make sure that you're following the rules. Thank you so much for the $7 over on Venmo. Jory, who says Oregon lefty / progressive millennial here. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Jory. Shout out to you. Then Angelica, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Thank you, Angelica and Jory. Angelica with the 10 says, I usually watch the YouTube video after the live is over, but I'm glad I get to support my favorite stream during the live. Thank you for all that you do. Well, I'm happy that you could be here as well, Angelica. Thank you for the $10. And then Lewis, thank you for the 5. Thank you. And it looks like we're all caught up. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on the other place, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen at TikTok as well. Take it away. Well, actually, I should first ask you, do you support Trump? That's your best one yet. Is the cape on 3 or is that without a cape on?
No, it's on 1.
Okay, all right. You should try it with
I
the
played
cape.
Olivia.
I know. I remember you. You should try the cape on 3. I think what is his name? Ronnie Rich. I think he's the guy behind Evergreen. When he does live performances of Evergreen, he does a cape on 3. But besides that, dude, literally pick 10 out of 10. I think that you
wait, hold on. I have 2
killed.
things to tell you.
Well, we're gonna move on for debates. 10 out of 10. I think that you killed the palm mute there. You even were like letting through like a little bit of like the chords, and that second go over of the palm mute. 10 out of 10. That was really good.
Also, I like to say everyone's a dude. I'm a dude. Dean's a dude. She's a dude. He's a dude. We're all dudes. Hey,
isn't that kind of funny how like the word like dude is becoming gender neutral? Dude, honestly, same thing with the word man. Which is crazy. Like in colloquial conversation, the word man is becoming a gender neutral term, which is just insane. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Sorry about all that.
And the same thing with the word girl. Yeah, dude, man, and girl are like becoming gender neutral in like colloquial conversation. Okay, Adam is not a Trump supporter. We're gonna go to kick them and move on to the next guest. Guys, please only hop inside of the queue if you are MAGA and you do want to come up here and have a conversation. Yeah, bro, too. Yeah. All right. Guys, we're still looking for the next guest. Please do follow the rules of the live stream. Welcome in, Melissa. Do you support Trump? Melissa, you are connected to the live stream. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
Dean, you cut out.
How old are you?
Sorry, 21.
Where were you born in?
2005.
What month?
January 5th.
Are you faking a southern accent?
No.
What do you call Coke?
Coke. I don't
Yeah.
drink it.
Coke? Yeah, get out of here. Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. We got Steve loading up into the box. Coke. Coke. Jeez, unreal. Hey, Brandy, thank you for the spider on TikTok. Thank you. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Steve? Steve, you're in the live. Do you support Trump? All right, guys, we're going to go over this one time quickly. So we have kind of become a little bit lax on the rules. We're going to go ahead and hone in on them hard once more, you guys. So the rules to join are the fact that you have to be 18 plus, American, and MAGA. Now, I have a liege of moderators who will be paying attention to every single person that joins the queue. And if you join the queue in violation of the rules that at this point are on your phone screen, your account is at risk of getting banned because my moderators will be joining the people who join the live stream that are not 18, that are not American, that do not support Trump. So make sure that you don't join the queue if you're breaking the rules. Like I said, your account will be at risk of getting banned. But if you're somehow able to circumvent my moderators and you're able to stay in that queue regardless of the fact that you're not a Trump supporter under the age of 18, not American, so on and so forth, if you actually join the live stream in violation of the rules, then your account will be banned by me. So make sure that you are following those rules to a T. Make sure, please and thank you. Also, don't mention this guy's profile picture for TikTok TOS. I got banned for it earlier.
I'm back, dude. I'm back.
Oh, did you decide that you, you took a little pity party, you took a break, you took a couple deep breaths, you calmed down, and you came back? Because you left on, a pretty emotional note. You were very worked up. I destroyed you on all the topics of discourse, and then you accused me of being paid by the DNC.
So the people saying that I was crying, I was not. I'm actually sick right now. I was sniffing because my nose is stuffed. But Dean, I was getting worked up. I do admit. I've changed my perspective on things, but I still disagree with you on AB, and I still disagree with you on border policies.
Okay, well, the conversation that we had on abortion really wasn't too fruitful because as soon as I was able to give you a counter argument to the position that you gave on live, you just crashed out and started accusing me of being paid by the DNC. So, okay, perfect. Let's have a conversation. Why should abortion be banned?
I think it should be banned, because the fetus is, you're right, the fetus is not technically a kid yet, but when the child grows up, it's given a shot at life, and it's not given when you're taking an AB, and I think it should be supplemented to such things as grape and things like that. If you cannot support the baby, you can leave it at the fire station, or you can leave it at the hospital. Okay.
Yeah, you're still not giving any reason why abortion should be banned. I just want to clarify that. You still haven't given a reason.
Well, I think it should be banned because it's morally wrong. It's morally wrong.
Santana, did you want to say something?
No. Go ahead. He's talking about his morals.
Okay, perfect.
It's rooted in his morality.
You brought up the fact you think it's morally wrong. So why is abortion morally wrong?
I think it goes against the Bible.
Okay, it goes against the Bible. Really? Do you think that God would ever be okay with abortion?
I don't think he would.
If God would ever be okay with abortion, would your opinion change?
What'd you say?
If God was ever okay with abortion, would your opinion change?
Yeah.
Numbers 5 verses 25 through 35. God is okay with abortion. In fact, it's argued in Numbers 5 verses 25 through 35 that women who cheat on their husbands and get pregnant should go to a priest, so then the priest could give that woman bitter waters that would then cause her abdomen to swell and force a miscarriage, killing the fetus, tantamount to abortion.
The first ever Plan Bs.
What are you trying to say, Dean?
I'm trying to say that in some circumstances, God is okay with abortion because that's what the Bible says.
Also, just a FYI as a follow-up, if the abortion is caused, it's deemed to be a property crime, and the person has to pay a penalty, and the cost of murder is death, but the cost of the property crime is a penalty. So, yeah.
Okay, so I think in the same way as the Bible does. I choose my faith over that. But
wait, you choose your faith over the Bible? That's in the Bible.
No,
That's in the Bible
no.
book.
I said I choose my faith over politics any day.
Oh, okay.
But you're right. Fetus was not always legally considered a person. It was not.
It's also not considered a person in Levitical and Mosaic law. They prescribe property rights to a fetus, but they don't prescribe personhood to a fetus, which it coincides and explains why in Numbers God's okay with abortion if the wife cheats on the husband, because at the end of the day, mere property rights exist over the life of the fetus. So now this is once again very meaningful here, because I don't feel like this would amount to a view that you'd be able to use here to argue that if you're Christian, you should legally be pro-life.
What'd you say?
I don't think that you could be legally pro-life if you're Christian, for the reason that in the Bible, God is sometimes okay with abortion. Not to mention that there's other issues too that we
Keyword Dean. Keyword Dean. You said sometimes.
So are you also okay with women who cheat on their husbands and getting pregnant, accessing abortion?
I'm not okay with that.
Why would you not be okay with it if God's okay with it?
Okay, so let's backtrack this. Said
answer the question. Why would you not be okay with it if God's okay with it?
I'm trying to make sure that I heard your question right. So you said if a woman goes out and cheats on her husband, okay, that they should get an AB?
No. If she's suspected, not even verified, suspected of cheating on her husband.
Okay, so
yeah, the Bible says that abortions in that circumstance are okay. We know that it's okay because God commands it.
Yeah. So then, therefore, I'll be okay with that. But what I'm not okay with AB is just the fact.
Okay, so you actually are okay with abortion in those circumstances?
Oh my God, you cannot talk, Dean.
As long as I just want to know, you are okay with abortions in those circumstances, right?
Yes, Dean.
Okay, go ahead. Good boy. Thank you for answering the question.
Okay, that's awesome. But anyway. The main concern that I have with AB is just the life that it's taking.
Oh, it's taking a life. Okay, all right. Yeah, guess what? We take lives every day, regardless if it's paying for the taking of lives at fast food places or restaurants or the grocery store. We also take lives via pulling the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital. Biological life is something that nobody finds valuable. It is the traits in which the biological life does possess in which we find valuable. Like, for instance, some of these traits can include consciousness or sentience, the ability to subjectively interact in the world around you. That's what we find valuable. But guess what? The fetus doesn't have that ability at any level until 20 through 24 gestational weeks in utero. So it is not until that point that I give the fetus any moral value.
Yes, you are correct. Yes.
Okay.
So if I'm correct on everything that I just said, then you should be pro-choice until that point.
Yeah. Okay.
So I changed your mind because that's actually the legal parameters of protection under Roe v. Wade, which is what Kamala Harris ran on. Therefore, you think that the policy of the alternative to Trump was better?
The reason why, okay, so I was mixed on her AB stance.
I'm not going to let you
But her
evade
border
that,
policies was her border policies.
Oh, you're doing the same thing that you did earlier. You're doing the same thing that you did
What
earlier.
am I doing, Dean?
Yeah, remember when you said Trump's great for the economy? Then I proved that Trump's not great for the economy. So then you went, but Epstein. Then I said, well, but you're wrong, and here's why. Then you went, but abortion. Now you're going, well, but border policy. So yeah, I just want to clarify here that you actually agree with the abortion position.
So
of the
like
Democratic Party,
you
right?
said, you changed my mind on AB.
Okay, I
cool.
changed your mind on economic
So
policy. I
let's
changed
see.
your mind on Epstein. I changed your mind on abortion. So why are you still a Trump supporter? Jesus fucking Christ.
Because of his border policies, Dean.
Yeah, what border policy, David?
Well, number one, he's deported more than 5% of criminals, such as MS-13 members, HICO members. What'd you say?
You're misquoting the statistic, and I'm sure that Santana's going to go on to explain this to you. He has not deported more than 5% of criminals. It is rather that 5% of the people in which he has deported have violent crimes on their records.
Are you sure
Not you cooking yourself. Holy shit, you cooked yourself with your own stat.
How is that false?
Oh, you misquoted it, Bub. It makes you look worse when you quote that stat.
How did I quote it wrong?
You said that he's done more. It's only 5% of the actual deportations have a violent criminal history. He's not getting the actual criminals out of the country. He's just getting anyone. That literally goes against what you're saying.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you the same thing that I asked Isaiah last night. Is a criminal when an immigrant crosses the border illegally, are they not therefore a criminal?
No.
How not?
Because the way in which we use the word criminal is to define somebody who's been found guilty of a crime. Of course, you're only found guilty of crimes in criminal courts. Undocumented entry is never prosecuted inside of criminal courts. If it's prosecuted at all, it's only pursued inside of civil courts, which, of course, would not amount to a criminal record nor a crime.
That would be like you saying that, you're a criminal because you broke the speed limit even though you weren't caught speeding.
So you're saying that since they're not being caught, they're not committing a crime?
No, since this is not something that's prosecuted inside of criminal courts, they are not criminals.
Exactly. Also, fun fact, David, do you know what the average fine is for shooting off fireworks within a city limit in the U.S.?
No, I do not. Inform me.
It's about $1,100. That's nationwide, the average. You know what the cost is for coming across the border undocumented? You know what that fine is?
Last time I checked, I believe it was in the 100 range, right?
$250. The United States government puts more emphasis on shooting fireworks within the city limits than they do crossing the border. So there's that.
Yeah, I also just want to really hone in on this point. It is just, so do you define a criminal as somebody who breaks the law?
Not one. Yes, that is one of the aspects of a criminal.
No, not one of the aspects. Is it the only aspect? Because if that was an aspect of being a criminal, well, then you'd argue here that everybody's a criminal because essentially everybody has broken the law in one way or another, especially people with driver's license. Going even a mile over the speed limit is technically breaking the law. So, I mean, that just goes to show that the way we use the word
are they committing a misdemeanor or a felony?
Well, a misdemeanor that's pursued not even in criminal courts and civil courts. But the point I'm making here is that we don't use the word criminal to describe people who have broken the law. We use the word criminal to describe people who've been found guilty of breaking the law inside of a criminal court.
So you're saying it's all up to the courts to be decided a criminal?
That's just the way that we use the word criminal in society. Because if that wasn't the way that we use criminal, and we rather just use it to describe anybody who's ever broken the law, well, then are you a criminal? Because I know that you've at least gone 1 mile over the speed limit at one point in your adult life.
That's not even close. That's a speeding ticket.
Well, is it illegal to go over the speed limit? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so therefore you'd be doing something that's in violation of the law. Therefore, you're a criminal, right? So, do you self-identify as a criminal?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then you don't use the word criminal to describe anybody who's broken the law. Which exactly, that's my point. That's just not the way that we use the word.
Okay. So
now that we've agreed that's not the way that we use the word,
would you call criminals? Would you consider criminals as lawbreakers or offenders?
I would once again define the word criminal as somebody who's been found guilty of a crime in a criminal court of law.
Dude, Dean.
So
Dean, come on.
That's an aspect of being a criminal, but that does not define someone as a criminal. You have to understand the difference.
Yeah, and you're also saying Dean, come on, as if I'm the one being obtuse, as if I'm the one that's saying things that are just not intuitively clear, as if I'm the one that's not making sense. But everything that I've said here makes so much sense, even you have accepted it. If you take a criminal to be somebody that breaks the law, then you would self-identify as a criminal since you've broken the law.
Oh, Daft, thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it.
Oh, good boy, got a little gif.
Yeah. So, I do want to say this, Dean. So when you're crossing the border, you debunked me on that. And I said debunk. I said debunk this time.
Yeah, not what? Yo, Tina! Thank you so much for the wolf. I appreciate you so much for the love. That is wild, Tina. Thank you so much for the love and support. I want to see 1,000 Tina W's down below. Can you give me a quick W, Tina?
Yeah, W, Tina.
Good boy.
Yeah, no doubt. So, here's the thing, Dean. When they cross the border, they're committing a crime. They're committing a crime. They're illegally crossing the. What, Santana?
Do you just take committing a crime to? Yeah. Do you take committing a crime to mean breaking the law?
Repeat that.
Do you take committing a crime to mean breaking the law?
No.
What do you take committing a crime to mean?
I think committing a crime is doing something that is arrestable or being able to go to court for.
Then that's not
okay.
crossing the border.
Okay.
Dean just covered that.
So then I am down to define that I am down to say that undocumented immigrants commit a crime when they enter into the country. Okay, yeah. Where do we go from here?
What do you mean?
I'd assume that wasn't an argument. That was just the first point of an argument. So what's the next point? So far, I've accepted what you've said. I accept.
Okay,
that
Drew Cook, thank you for the hand heart. Appreciate it.
This country,
okay, so next point is that I think that ICE is doing a great job of rallying up illegal immigrants. Should be referred to as illegal aliens, but
okay. So you refer to rapist felons as presidents, but if you commit a victimless misdemeanor that actually benefits this country, then you're an illegal alien. So why do you take all of the humanity away? Why do you take all of the humanity away from people guilty of a victimless misdemeanor that are actively benefiting the country? But then you give more power to those that have committed victim crimes, not victimless crimes, very much so with a victim crimes such as rape, that have been found guilty of 34 felonies, that lied about the valuation of their properties to a bank in New York and then got sued for it and found guilty, were found guilty inside of a civil court for defrauding their own charity. Now they can't open one up in New York. They've infringed on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, the first article of the Constitution, the second article of the Constitution. Oh my God, they tried to overthrow our government in 2020 and then gave full and complete presidential pardons to everybody who helped them and then labeled them as patriots. At what point do you start dehumanizing people for committing quote unquote crimes? Because it seems like all the really bad crimes, you don't really care. You give them more humanity and more power.
So Dean, before I answer that, I never got a chance to thank Drew for the.
Thank you so much, Gary, for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Gary. Gary actually asked me here not to read their message out loud, so I'll keep that to myself. But Gary, just know that I really appreciate you. Same thing to Maddie with the $10 on PayPal. He says, big fan from Finland. Keep changing MAGA's minds. Thank you so much, Maddie. Huge shout out to Maddie and Gary down below in that chat, as well as Emily. Thank you for the $3 as well. Thank you guys so much. On Venmo, thank you so much, Cheyenne, for the $20 donation, and Julie, thank you for the $20 donation. Let's show some love to Cheyenne and Julie down below. Thank you so much, Cheyenne and Julie. Cheyenne with the $20 says, love you, Dean. Love the Jubilee video you chefed up per usual. Emily made my ears bleed, and I'm pretty sure that I lost brain cells. Yeah, that was a pretty bad one, Cheyenne. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to you, Julie. That is Juli. Julie with the 20 says, Boomer here. Fact check the necessary letter. I know truth is important to you. Missing protocols and postmark discrepancies. I've taken a look at that. I would say that missing protocols would be typical to expect from prison inmates. Postmark discrepancies, I'm not sure that they exist. The one discrepancy that was called out was the fact that it was sent out of the mail room the day after he died, but it takes time for them to be processed rather than sent from the mail room. It could be days, which would be incongruence with the theory that it's real. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Julie. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Joseph, thank you. Oh, fuck. We're both trying to jump over him. Go ahead, Santana.
You got it.
No,
Chesney,
you got
thank
it.
you for the 20. Bub is my thing, and CJ, thank you for the 1. I would definitely run for president if Momo would be my vice president. Thank you.
Fire. 10 out of 10. Love it. Go ahead. David.
Okay, so
Joseph, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250. Joseph W's, thank you, man. It's so good to see you. Joseph with the 25 says, you and Santana both know me as the real DBLJ. Appreciate you, dude. On TikTok, yeah, I know you. You've been cooking all day, and make David give me a W2 if you can. Can you thank Joseph for the $25 donation?
Yeah, thanks Kobe for the roses, and also
his name's
thank,
Joseph, not Kobe. Thank you for the galaxy. Could you say thank you, Joseph, or no?
Thank you, Joseph. You're supporting Dean, a good person. Yeah. Thank you, black heart emoji for the roses. Thank you.
No one's sending you roses. They're sending Dean roses.
Well, I actually got sent one. If you were paying attention.
I wasn't.
Yeah, that's probably why.
So would you like to continue the debates, or?
Yeah. Come on, let's go. We were talking about how you were talking about how what were you saying, Dean? That we should refer to them as illegal immigrants? Or illegal aliens?
No, I was saying that it's very hypocritical for you to call like just strip humanity away from somebody, labeling them as a quote unquote illegal alien because they are guilty. Appreciate you so much, Joseph.
The galaxy.
Actually, that was Satana. My bad. Because oh, there it is. Thank you so much, Joseph. Yeah, once again, starting from the top here, my apologies. So I'd argue that it's hypocritical for you to like strip somebody of all of their humanity and label them as a quote unquote illegal alien because they are guilty of a victimless misdemeanor. Meanwhile, when somebody's guilty of not just a victimless misdemeanor, but 34 felonies as adjudicated in a criminal court of law, not to mention they're also guilty of rape, guilty of infringing upon 7 amendments, 2 articles of the Constitution, guilty of transpiring an attempted insurrection upon a free and fair election, guilty of not renting to black people in violation of the Civil Rights Act, guilty of lying about the valuation of your properties to a bank, and guilty of defrauding your university, and guilty of concealing classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago. You give him more of that.
So you're referencing to Part 5.
You call him president.
You're referencing to Part 5, right? Part 5.
No, not at one time in my last statement.
You said Trump not renting to black people.
No, he's done. You're conflating the racist stuff that he's done. He's talking about a different racist thing.
Yeah, this is a different racist thing.
Okay, so I think they should be ripped of that because what they're doing is not good. I think what they're doing is terrible. They're taking away jobs.
Is it bad to rape?
Yes.
So should we take humanity away from Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so then stop fucking referring to him as president. Start referring to him as the orange fascist. Go pick up a protest sign, and I'll see you on No King's Day 4.0.
I would not be doing that.
Okay, so yeah, that was all cap. That was all cap. You know, yeah, exactly. No, you cannot sit here and argue that like it's okay to strip Trump of his humanity, then support him in the most powerful position available to any human alive.
Repeat that. You're talking too fast.
Oh, yeah, I just think that you're listening too slow. Not talking too fast, but to now repeat what I said, it's very important here. I do not think that you actually are on board with stripping the humanity away from Trump the same way you're okay with stripping it away from undocumented immigrants, because you support him as president. You support him in the position of the highest level of power available to any human alive. Not to mention that undocumented immigrants don't hurt this country. You would not be able to enumerate a way in which they do.
Yes, they do. They take jobs away. Most of them are criminals. What they're doing is very unsafe. Would you leave your daughter alone for 2 hours with an undocumented immigrant?
Yes, actually, I would prefer to leave my daughter alone for 2 hours with an undocumented immigrant compared to the average American citizen. Fun fact. Now, without that evaluation of a... Okay, so would you rather leave your daughter in a room alone with an undocumented immigrant or the average American citizen?
An average American citizen.
But we have data that would demonstrate that average American citizen would be 2.5 times more likely to commit a violent crime against her than the average undocumented immigrant. The data is coming from PNAS.
Well, Dean, most undocumented immigrants are MS-13 members and multiple gang members.
Okay, I think that you're trolling. I think that you're
not trolling.
Also, his own statistic that he gave, like, cooks him. If that was the case, then wouldn't there be more proportionally the people that are being deported? Wouldn't they be more likely to be gang members?
Yeah. So same thing.
Most undocumented immigrants have been deported were MS-13.
You look at immigration, the immigration news outlets and all that. They actually show the criminals.
What's
and
the
what
immigration
their
news
history
outlet?
was.
What are you talking about?
You know what? Let's just fucking cut to the chase. What is the source? What is the evidence that most undocumented immigrants are MS-13 gang members? Yeah, spew some bullshit. I mean, that's like the best counter argument against bullshit is just to ask for evidence.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, I'm going to let you finish dealing with this idiot. I'm about to hop off and get ready to start the live for the evening. I appreciate you having me up, bro.
Hey, man, sounds good. If you're live in 30 minutes, I'll send you a raid.
All right, see ya.
See ya. Dang, guys, my video that I posted today is performing extremely well, and I'm so happy that so many people get to see stupidity debunked. Love that. Love that. Love that. It's
nice
great.
Reference there, Dean. Nice reference there. I catch your drift. But anyway, So there are around 11 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. Estimates for MS-13 membership in the United States are around, let's say, 5 million, Dean.
Okay, what's your source on that? That's hard to believe.
Washington office, CNN, Wikipedia.
Okay, CNN. What's the source from CNN that there are 5 million MS-13 gang members in America?
Has MS-13 literally taken over towns and cities of the U.S.?
Is that the name of the article, or are you asking me a question?
That's the name of the article.
Has MS-13 literally taken over towns? Perfect. Okay, where in the side of this article does it say that there are 5 million MS-13 gang members in America?
Am I going to have to do your homework for you? Or can you not scroll down and look for like
I'm
5
asking
minutes?
you where I scroll to.
Okay. So, if you scroll down to... Well, it summarized it for me. And then I'm going to have to go over here.
What?
What? I summarized it. So, I summarized the proportion,
Wait. According to this article, there's only 10,000 MS-13 gang members in America.
That's Central America.
No. U.S. in America.
Where's that part at, Dan?
It's actually the last section. I'll just show you it on screen real quick. You idiot. You fucking moron. Holy crap. So if we just read the article that you didn't read after citing it to me as a source for the claim that there's 5 million MS-13 gang member undocumented immigrants in America, it says, reach in the U.S., fraction of total gang problem. MS-13 is active in 40 states plus D.C. The Department of Justice estimates combating the gang has been a focus of law enforcement for decades, and the DOJ says that great strides were made in those years. Whatever. There's no hard evidence that MS-13 has become more of a problem in the U.S. in recent years. Arrests of gang members of Homeland Security under ICE have fluctuated in recent years, yada, yada, yada. Anecdotally, some local law enforcement chiefs have noticed an increase in murders connected to the gang in some capacity in recent months. Okay, whatever. Here's the important part. Per the FBI's most recent statistics, the roughly 10,000 MS-13 members are a fraction of the 1.4 million members of U.S. gangs nationally, made up in less than 10% of the arrests in ICE gang crackdown announced last week.
What year was this? What year did it say in the article?
Dude, it is your fucking article, man.
I'm just asking you because I didn't read that part. You read that part.
The article was published in 2017.
Okay. So, here, let me pull it up. Here,
you pull up the article you quoted and cited to me. Sounds good. Probably should have been the first thing you did, by the way, is to read the article that you were citing to the person that you said the article proved the claim about, but it didn't actually prove the claim about. In fact, it proved you wrong. God. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is pitiful.
Okay,
this isn't even debate. This is just...
Here's the thing, Dean. You're gonna listen real quick, okay?
Oh yes.
Arrest statistics. Well, ICE reported in 2026 that nearly 70% of their arrests are of individuals with prior criminal convictions, and you can find this on HomelandSecurity.gov, Dean.
Actually, once again, you're doing that thing where what the opposite of what you say is true. So 70% of total arrests have been of people with no criminal record, and 30% of people with arrests.
I just read it to you, Dean. You could look on the website if you actually want to be a real legitimate person like you're supposed to.
I'll debunk that claim too, but this is a pivot because remember, you argued that 5 million MS-13 gang members were in America. Do you concede the claim that there are not 5 million MS-13 gang members in America?
Yes, Dean. I want you to look at my source.
Say that you were wrong. Then say that you were wrong. Wait. Then say that you were wrong. Say, Dean, I was wrong.
Say, Dean, I was wrong about 5 million criminal MS-13 gang members. Now, while ICE reported in 2026 that nearly 70% of their arrests are of individuals with prior criminal convictions.
Look at your phone screen. Cato Institute. New data proved DHS lied about Cato report on ICE. Last week, we published data leaked from the Department of Homeland Security showing
that's not my source, Dean.
Individuals booked into it actually is.
No, it's not. I can show it on my screen.
Is your source the Immigration and Customs Enforcement?
No, mine says making America
is
safe
your
again.
source? I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify. Is your source Immigration and Customs Enforcement?
Mine's is from HomelandSecurity.gov, Dean.
What do you? Where do you think Immigration and Customs Enforcement lives?
Oh my God, that's not my source. I'm trying to read it to you, but you won't let me talk.
Okay.
I said making America safe again. ICE arrests gang members and illegal aliens involved in a vehicle theft ring in Dallas, and it states here in the article that you can read. And like I said, 70% is literally more. Dean, bro, Dean. Put the V word down. Okay, so it states that 70% have been arrested, has had criminal convictions. Also, Dean, do you know who Fernando Alvarez Romero is?
What is the name of the article that you're looking at?
Okay, Dan, I'll read it again. HomelandSecurity.gov, making America safe again. ICE arrests gang members and illegal.
Oh, yeah. So where's the evidence for that claim? Because I want to keep in mind that I don't think, funny enough, that spokespeople for the Department of Homeland Security are credible sources for claims about the criminal records or criminal engagements / involvings of undocumented immigrants or those in which they deport. A really good example here would be Abrego Garcia. Abrego Garcia was illegally deported to CICOT in El Salvador. In response, the spokesperson at the time, Kristi Noem, claims, well, Secretary of Department of Homeland Security spokesperson, same deal, no difference, claimed that he was a criminal gang member guilty of human trafficking. And he's gone. Goodbye. I have no clue where he went. Guess he got busy, whatever. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue. If you are MAGA, please do follow the rules of the live stream. If you want to support me and the live stream, you can find the PayPal, Venmo link in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and the handles also at the top of the phone screen here on TikTok as well. 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for the $20 over on chat. Super. Thank you. 10,000 seconds says speeding is an infraction. It's not a misdemeanor. It is a civil infraction. Yes. 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love down below in that comment section. And I appreciate you so much for the love and support to the stream. You are awesome. Over on PayPal. Oh my God, dude. Lisa, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Lisa, holy shit. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is fucking outrageous. I appreciate you so much for all that love, Lisa. Let's get 500 Lisa W's down below. Let's get 500 Lisa W's down below. I appreciate the ever-living hell out of you. Thank you so much, Lisa. Lisa with a 50 says, thank you so much for fighting so hard. I am an addictions counselor with the Department of Corrections, and my view of criminals has changed a lot. We all make mistakes, and we all deserve grace. Challenge, folks. That's how I got out of the Christian evangelical cults. Critical thinking. Well, thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much, Lisa. Shout out to you, and I appreciate the work that you do. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Lisa W's. And then on top of that, another 250 W's for D. Their name is spelled D-E-L-Y-C-I-A. I don't want to risk mispronouncing their name, so I'm just going to call them D. D, thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal, who says, have you noticed how the administration is truly following everything that was in Project 2025? I feel like people aren't talking about it enough. Yes, they actually are. And oh, shocker, maybe because the guy who wrote the foreword for Project 2025 is their lead policy advisor. Thank you so much for the love, D. Gary, thank you so much for the $5. And then Matt, thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you guys. On Venmo, thank you so much. Actually, I already thanked you, Joseph. All right, we are all caught up. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support, and welcome in to You Support Trump, Hayden.
Yeah.
Hayden, how old are you?
20.
Is there anything Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him?
There's a ton he could do. Could I ask you something first?
Sure.
All right. Why am I not allowed to comment Free Palestine in your chat?
You are allowed to comment Free Palestine.
It's been banned several times. Every time I try to comment it, it keeps getting banned.
Yeah, it's probably TikTok censoring you, my friend.
It says it's your live settings.
then it was likely, I don't know. Let's check the last.
Like you don't have moderators?
Well, I do. They do have the ability to ban comments. I'd like to clarify that I've been outspoken about Palestine for ever. Nope, nothing about Palestine inside of the keywords. I could even show you. So there's a search function. Inside of that search function, you're able to type words in to see if they are blocked out. There is me typing in Palestine, just I had to put the PAL in, and it pulled up nothing. You'll see that it says no results.
Damn. All right. Well, I don't support Trump. That's all I wanted to know.
Now, if you will realize, though, if we look at the chat together right now, nobody in the chat is able to send a free Palestine message.
I know I've been spamming it like this whole entire time. I've been here for probably the last hour. That whole time you were with that guy, like I just tried to comment it again and it won't let me.
Yeah. I'll also show you here that the word free is not blocked.
Well, that's all I want to ask you. I don't support Trump at all whatsoever. The whole entire administration. I'll let you finish your live.
Yeah, guys, the word free is not blocked. The word Palestine is not blocked on my end. Wait, that's crazy. For everybody in the TikTok chat saying that it works for you, you are able to see the messages that you send, but if you send a message with a blocked word, nobody else will see it. So you'll see yours, but not others. Try to type the word Palestine in the TikTok chat real quick. If you don't see anybody else commenting the word Palestine, then it's blocked. Also, notice that all of the spellings of Palestine that you do see in the chat are misspelled. There's not one spelling of Palestine that you see in the chat that's spelled right. That's crazy. That's actually nuts. And that's not me. That's TikTok. Because I'll show you this one last time. Here are like all the blocked keywords that I have on the stream. There's literally like 450 of them. There's a search function right here. I'll just start to spell the word Palestine. I just only have to put in PA. There's already no results found. So I'm not blocking the word Palestine. It's TikTok. That's actually insane. Why won't TikTok allow for the word Palestine to be commented on their lives? That's fucking crazy. Okay.
Hello?
Age, please?
18.
Yeah, I don't believe you, not for a fucking moment. Get the hell out of here. If you're watching on YouTube, you're fine. By the way, we just got the last restriction of the night. So, whatever. We're just going to ride the rest of the stream out with the restrictions. Who fucking cares anymore? Who fucking cares anymore? Like, so annoying, dude. So annoying. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, you guys. Can you guys, real quick, in the comment section, even if you don't mean it, just so I could see, can you like type like free Israel? Like, even if you don't mean it, I just want to see if it sends. Or even just the word Israel. The word Israel doesn't pop up either. What the hell? Yeah, it's not in the chat. It looks like you can't... Well, I mean, actually, let me see if that's me. Okay, I could have the word Israel as a blocked word. No, I don't. I do not. Looks like TikTok just doesn't want you talking about it at all. You can't say Israel or Palestine. They just don't want you talking about it at all. Nothing to do with that. What other words? Oh, you want to know another fucking word that you can't comment? By the way, guys, once again, for everybody in the chat saying it works for me, you will see your message. You will not see anybody else's. So if you don't see anybody else's, then it doesn't work. Because everybody together, you'll be able to see your individual message, but you won't be able to see anybody else's. So TikTok won't allow you to send the word Palestine in the chat. They won't allow you to send the word Israel in the chat. What about just my name, Dean? Is that still blocked? Try to just say Dean. D-E-A-N. Curtis, welcome into eSport Trump.
Dude, I just want to say thank you for schooling Emily. Please don't ban me.
I won't ban you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, dude, you can't do Dean either. Dude, what the fuck? You can't, dude. That's crazy. D-E-A-N. That one's blocked too. I'm blocked. I made the block list. Let's do a couple other. What about Iran? Could you comment Iran? By the way, this is an exercise for TikTok only. We actually have free speech on YouTube, so you guys are all good over there. You know, feel free to celebrate in the YouTube chat because your speech isn't controlled. Whoa. You can't do Iran? No? You can't say Iran? What? What about Trump? Could you comment Trump? Oh, of course you could comment Trump. Of course. Okay. So you can't comment Iran. You can't comment Palestine. You can't comment Israel. You can't comment Dean. But of course you could comment Trump. Let's try something else. Ukraine. Can you guys type Ukraine in the chat? What about Ukraine? Any Ukraines? Where are the Ukraines at? No, oh my God! What the fuck? Oh, bro. What are we unearthing? No, like, I want you guys to like know how this is a huge revelation. Okay, you can't do Ukraine. You can't do Palestine. You can't do Israel. You can't do Dean. What about China? Can you guys do China? Can you guys try China? Yeah, Epstein works. No? We can't do China? Okay. No Ukraine, no Palestine, no China. What about Russia? No Iran? What about Russia? Can you guys do Russia? No Russia? Nope. No Russia. No Ukraine, Iran, China, Russia, Palestine. What about Gaza? G-A-Z-A. Try to type Gaza in the chat. Okay, we got Mexico. What about Gaza? No way. No, you can't do Gaza. What about Congo? Try to type Congo in the chat. Okay, we got Congo. That one works. See, that's what the chat is supposed to look like when it works. Everybody's spamming it. Everybody's spamming it. Okay, now we're just gonna try some like low-key like random countries to see if it's just like banning the names of countries or not. By the way, let's just start typing the names of like random fucking countries. Like just straight up like we're like Sweden. Can you guys do Sweden? Try Sweden. Okay, of course. So you guys could do Sweden. You guys could do the UK. You guys could do Mexico. I could this only leaves me one thing to reasonably conclude. TikTok is like literally fucking compromised. They're just like actually fucking... That's actually insane. Okay. This is insane. You can't do Iran. You can't do Ukraine, Russia, China, Palestine, Gaza. No Venezuela. Nope, no Venezuela either. Can you guys do Greenland? Try Greenland. Ah, dude, what the fuck? No Greenland? I'm kind of like, I want everybody to understand the ramifications of this discovery. Like from the exercise that we just did, TikTok unironically is suppressing the user's ability to discuss particular subjects. In the chat, we can't talk about any country that Donald Trump has involved, A, in American politics, or B, is involved in some type of really bad action of war, including ethnic cleansing and genocide. But all the other countries that Donald Trump has not involved in American politics, or is not currently involved in some type of war, ethnic cleansing, or genocide, are things that we could talk about. We just did this whole test. Couldn't comment Greenland, Iran, China, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Gaza, Cuba, Greenland, Sudan. Sorry, no, you could comment to Sudan. There's one more missing here that you couldn't comment. Oh, Lebanon. Could you guys comment North Korea? Try North Korea. Oh, Venezuela. North Korea. No, can't comment North Korea. Okay, I'm deadass just gonna like pull up a list of countries. Let's see if like there is confirmation to this theory, speculative theory, by trying to, as a group, comment the names of random ass countries. Oh, wait, actually, try Afghanistan real quick. By the way, for anybody who doesn't know how to spell Afghanistan, that is Afghanistan. Does Afghanistan work? No, Afghanistan doesn't work. Okay. 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 Guys, this is, you know, like a country that's not really involved in American politics. Angola. That is Angola. Can you guys comment Angola? No, can't comment Angola. What about the Bahamas? Okay. I'm so confused. Could you guys comment the Bahamas? No, you can't comment the Bahamas either. Okay, this definitely like widens the scope a bit of like what's getting banned and what's not, because I don't think that the Bahamas is like a political enemy of America or anything. What about Bolivia? Bolivia. Try Bolivia. Bolivia. Doesn't work. So it looks like from our cumulative tests that you just straight up like can't comment the names of like a lot of countries. So I actually really appreciate that last guy for coming up here saying that he couldn't comment Palestine. Because now we've discovered that apparently on TikTok, you dead ass can't comment the names of many countries. Can we go through the alphabet real quick to see if there's any specific letters blocked? Do it as a team in the chat. Just like run through it real quick. Because maybe like that's the issue here. Just like do it. Okay. Like just do it together. Stay on one letter at a time. Let's start with A. We'll spend 15 seconds on A. And then move on to B, then C. So do it. This is definitely a hard social experiment because we have 10,000 people in here. Start with A. Okay, I'll be the director. I'll be the director. Start with A. Everybody type A in the chat. No one is commenting the letter A. Wait, you can't say the letter A? Maybe it's something with my live settings. A. What? Why? So once again, this is only for TikTok. I see everybody on YouTube commenting A's. Just know that I love and appreciate you guys. Right now we're testing out the censorship on TikTok. We're fine over there. But like, what is the fuck? We have discovered on TikTok you can't comment the letter A. What? I feel like that has to be okay. Maybe maybe this is just something that's like seriously like fucked up with my live settings then. Because now it just seems random and weird. You could comment the names of some countries but not others. And you like straight up can't even comment some letters. You can't even comment the letter A. I will investigate that. I'll look into that. That's weird. Maybe that's why you can't comment my name. Because it has an A in it. Can you guys just try to say any word with an A in it? Just in the chat right now. Try to comment any word with an A in it. Can you even put the letter A into any word? Doesn't work? By the way, guys, once again, I know that there's a lot more people in here now. That you will see what you comment, but other people won't. So that's why we have to look at the collective chat as a whole. No, you like for instance, try Apple. Try acetaminophen. Just kidding. No. Yeah, why is the letter A censored? What the fuck? You can't comment any word with a letter A in it. Okay, well, that's weird. I guess that's on my radar now. I'm going to go thank a couple people. 10,000 seconds. Thank you for the $20 donation on Super Chat who says, what about Charlie Kirk? You're blocked, but what about his name? I think that we've determined that it's actually not an issue with like blocking particular words, but more so an issue with like particular letters of the alphabet being banned. So you can't use the word A or any word with the letter A in it. And I'd assume that the same thing is true for other letters that would like inevitably block the word Palestine because of like some letter that's in the word Palestine alongside all of these other countries. That's just weird. Oh, it actually looks like you can't comment Charlie Kirk. I think that maybe Charlie has some like of the blocked letters in it. That's really weird. Amber Lease, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat, who says, why do you think we refuse to go back to TikTok? Yeah, I'm no longer convinced that it's particular things that are like politically sketch and more so just like a really weird combination of certain banned letters. Thank you for the $50 though. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yasmin, thank you for the $10 who says Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico worked. Elise, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars over on YouTube. Thank you. Quickly on Venmo, thank you so much, Malachi, for the $3, who says, A for Anarchy, preach. Sarah, thank you for the $5, who says, I can see my comments in the chat, nobody else, though. Yeah. Paige, thank you for the $5. Preston, thank you for the 3. E.D. Edgar, thank you so much for the $5. Then Nico, thank you so much for the $10, who says, I'm able to type Iran, Greenland, Dean, all the things that you're talking about in the chat. I'm not sure I'm understanding you correctly. Nico, it's because you're able to see what you type in the chat, but but no one else is able to see it. Mad Daddy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says, just now figuring out that TikTok is a censorship platform. Yeah, once again, I think more so the issue is just like certain letters are banned. Like, can you guys even type MAGA? Like, okay, this is the ultimate test. This is the way that we know if it's like political or not. Can you guys type MAGA? Because if you guys can't type MAGA, then it's like, yeah, you guys can't. Yeah, so it looks like it's more so an issue with like certain letters of the alphabet being banned very abstractly in a weird way. So I don't think it's a political thing. We just, so happened to have this trend when we first started to do this experiment of like only political things being banned. But now I've discovered otherwise. Sebastian, thank you for the $5 in PayPal. He says, try America. Yeah, could you guys do America? Oh, yeah, that's even better than MAGA. Try America. Omariana, I'm just going to call you O. Oh, thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal. Let's go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you can't even type America in the chat. What the fuck are we doing? Oh, the $40 says, I guess your name is Din now. Yes, my name is Din. Cody with the 10 says, I love your streams. I was never into politics, so I watch you keep up the good work, brother. Dude, thank you, Cody. Hell yeah, I'm happy that we were able to get you involved. And then Shannon, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I appreciate you so much, Shannon. Shannon with the $20 on PayPal says, let's go ahead and read that off now. My parents, 75 and 80, are both very anti-Trump. I tell them about you to give them help. Oh, that is awesome. They sound so sweet. That's so cool. All right, you guys. Well, we are actually at over 4 hours of the stream, so I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. You guys should go watch my debate with Emily Wilson on Jubilee's YouTube channel. Drop a like on the shorts about it, too, that I have open on my TikTok account and Instagram. It's kind of crazy. I'm not allowed to, like, react to it for another couple weeks, but once I'm allowed to react to it, I will. That's just, like, a part of the agreement or whatever. Yeah, interesting, right? But, whatever. So, make sure to go watch that. If you're still in the mood for some debates, head over to @SantanaSpeaks4U. That's the number 4, then the letter U. And, honestly, when you guys head over to Santana's stream, would you guys, like, mind trying to comment my name or any word with a letter A on Santana's stream? He won't know what the hell's going on, but we'll be boosting his engagement, so he won't care. And I want to see if it's just in my stream that the letter A is banned or if it's, like, an everybody thing. So head over to Santana on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, head over to Santana as well on YouTube, but you won't need to do this. @SantanaSpeaks4U. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream now. Head over there. I'm going to take a look at the chat. Peace and love. Good night and goodbye, folks.